What up, family? CTR Media Network. Yeah. Best in the biz. Yeah. Join the team. CTR is who we are, the media network, that's the best by far. Whether you listen at your home, at your job, in your car, come get the information that's needed above par. Neverlasting, motivational podcasting, giving you the answers to the questions that you're asking. Serious talks and topics, how to come up and profit, how to better yourself, your health is here, we got it. Reaching 350 million, they tuning in. We in 50 different countries, we all can. And like-minded, find your purpose and your assignment. Come get your fix, your feel, your mental alignment. Get active and speak to the masses. Build your influence all levels and all classes. Now you know you can monetize and grow. CTR Media Network, start the show.
Hello, everybody. How are you doing today? All right. So this is our CTR Media Network live stream coming to you every single day, 7 days a week, 24/7, baby. All right. I hope you guys are having an amazing Sunday. We are doing our thing here at CTR Media Network. We are more than just a podcasting network. We are a streaming platform getting you out there, reaching 350 million households through the power of podcasting media, social media, as well as television and podcasting. So we have in the building on the IG world, we have Pop Up and Create. Hello. How are you doing on today? We have Create a Life as well. So make sure to go and check out Pop Up and Create a Life, because those are both two amazing platforms headed up by two amazing ladies. And as 2024 comes in, I'm going to be sharing with you more about both of these amazing businesses. So what we are doing on today is doing what we do every day, connecting you with some insightful, powerful information to give you some food for thought. And the goal is to make a positive impact to help you go and walk into your best life. Yes. And we also want to expose you to our amazing podcasters here on CTR Media Network, because CTR Media Network is all about helping podcasters, entrepreneurs, and companies grow by diversifying their visibility through innovative podcasting techniques and media. We help you leverage your social share through television, social media, and podcasting. So what we're going to do right now, yes, we are going to have a couple commercials, and then we're going to tie you in to our broadcast. And if you would like to watch all 7 of our channels, did you know that CTR Media Network can be found on Roku television? Yes, we can. And you can download the CTR Media Network app for absolutely free on Roku TV and enjoy a whole different amount of shows that's just running on Roku TV. So go check it out on today. You can also check us out on any streaming platform. I said any streaming platform, which is no matter what, if it's podcasting, if it's streaming television with Roku TV, if it's online 24/7 TV, social media, magazines. I mean, come on, people. We're everywhere because our podcasts mean that much to us. And also the amazing guests that comes through on our various shows, as well as the businesses and companies and entrepreneurs who patronize our business with sponsorships, collaborations, and so much more. So if you're a business owner and you're looking to maximize your visibility, then look no further and come on over to CTR Media Network. We can run commercials for you. We can also hook you up with a CTR Media Network virtual tour. We do have some podcasts that you can actually go in person and have your interview, and you can request for some podcasters to come in your location. Oh my God. Yes, we do that. And also, if you'd like to be in any magazines for 2024, just reach out to ctrmedianetwork.com, click the contact us, and we will get you going for 2024. No budget is too small because we believe in providing not only premium services, but also affordable services. So everyone can afford some type of advertisement or media that we offer because we have budget friendly and also payment plans. All right, so on that note, we're going to have some commercials for those of you who wasn't able to go to our first annual Power of Podcasting event. You're going to have opportunity to see a little bit of it in this clip right now. And then we're going to have another commercial and maybe one more, and then we are going to tie you in to our broadcast. I would like to thank everyone for supporting, and make sure that you, if you are a speaker and if you would like to speak at our upcoming event for 2024, which is our Ignite Empowerment Virtual Summit. We are currently accepting sponsors and virtual vendors, and we have maybe, I think, one more slot left for a speaker. Right now, we're pushing at we're at 50 speakers. Okay, and so if you're a speaker and you would like to learn more, you can go to ctrmedianetwork.com, click the About Us tab, and click blog. And then you will also see where we're talking about the empowerment, or you can just simply go to CTR Media Network and click the events tab, and you'll be able to learn all the information that you want to know, that you need to know, so that you can position yourself with maximizing your visibility and allowing people to get to know who you are and what you do. Because remember, it doesn't matter how amazing your products and services are if no one knows that you exist. And at CTR Media Network, we simply help people, help you know, or help them to know that you exist by providing you with different means of maximizing your visibility. So right now, let me know where you tuned in from, because I see a lot of people in the building. I see you, Creative Life. I see you, Pop and Create. I see you, Miss Angela 78. I see you, and all the other people that's all over on all the other platforms that we're currently on. So right now we're going to have this commercial break. We're going to play a couple commercials, and then we're going to tie you into one of our podcasting shows that is currently playing right now, that you can tune in and learn some food for thought. Oh, we got Miss Angela 78 in the building. She says she's tuning in from Florida. Answer this, Angela. Is it cold? Is it cold in Florida? Are you getting some rain? Because it's cold for us over here in South Carolina, and it's been raining all day long. She said, how can I get the last slot for February? Listen, look like somebody already misstate. Oh, you just missed your opportunity, people. Because Angela said she's gonna snatch up this last spot. The only thing you have to do, Angela, is go on over, Miss Angela, to ctrmedianetwork.com, and you click the events tab, and then you will see where you can click to get a free ticket. You can also submit to be a speaker as well. But after this live, I will send you, well, we're going to be live for quite a bit, like a long time. So what I'll do is have one of our team members to send you the blog, so it can be very easy for you to be able to submit your request to be a speaker at the event that's coming on virtually. She said it's not cold, but it's rainy and windy. Oh my goodness, it's rainy and windy in Florida. It don't supposed to do that. Okay, we always depend on sunny weather in Florida. No. I guess it's officially winter, people. It's officially winter everywhere. Okay, because when Florida is raining and windy. But she said it's not cold, so that's a good thing. So let's go ahead and let you guys see a little bit about what's going on with the Power of Podcasting. Yes, 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 and yes. We are having our second annual Power of Podcasting event coming in 2024. We would love for you to be a sponsor or a vendor or a podcaster that would like to come on and see, because it's going to be more than just about podcasting. It's going to be epic. You're gonna be learning, you're gonna be seeing podcasting, you're gonna get all the things along with some good old entertainment. We believe in that good old edutainment. You get some entertainment and education at the exact same time, and also be able to meet some other powerful leaders within the community and within the media industry. So make sure to stay tuned for the details that will be coming your way in January. On that note, you guys, thank you so much for tuning in. We are still here. You never know when we can mention your name, give you a shout out, or pop your comment up, because baby, we are live. This is not a game. We are live right here, coming from our headquarters in Columbia, South Carolina. On that note, you guys, enjoy the power of podcasting. To give a little highlight of what happened when we was in Marietta, Georgia for our sold out event. And we're going to have a couple more commercials. And if you have a desire to start a podcast, go ahead and pick up the #1 best-selling podcasting book from our website called The Power of Podcasting. It also has our podcast course in it, and our ebook is on sale. Yes, blowout sale for only $10 for the ebook. No excuses, no excuses. If you want to unleash the power of podcasting, then there's no better way than you can do it by purchasing the ebook for only $10, and it is on sale, and it will not remain that way. So if you have a desire, go do it now. All right, I will talk to you guys a little bit later, and also give some shout outs throughout the day. We are live, baby. This is the CTR Media Network live stream. We stream 24/7, 7 days a week. Yes, yes, and yes. And we hope that you are having a wonderful, wonderful Sunday. And thank you for spending some of your time with us. What's up, Randy? Randy 45. He's in the building. I'll talk to you guys later. Have a great, amazing rest of your day. And thank you for tuning in to CTR Media Network. I am your host, Dr. Tina J. Ramsey, for the CTR Media Network live stream. And make sure to tune in to my show, The Tina Ramsey Show, every Thursday at 7:30 p.m. EST, because you know it's time for you to come share, shine, and grow. What? On the Tina Ramsey Show. And check out our amazing podcasters when you go check out our website, because let me tell you, we doing the thing. I'll see you guys later. Bye.
All right, so at this time, we are welcoming author, podcast, businesswoman, coach, podcast influencer, Coach Tina Ramsey.
What up, family? CTR Media Network. Yeah. Best in the biz. Yeah. Join the team. CTR is who we are, the media network that's the best by far. Whether you're listening at your home, at your job, in your car, come get the information that's needed above par. Never lasting, motivational podcasting, giving you the answers to the questions that you're asking. Serious talks and topics, how to come up and profit, how to better yourself, your health is here. We got it, reaching 350 million, they tuning in. We in 50 different countries, we all can. And like-minded, find your purpose and your assignment. Come get your fix, your feel, your mental alignment. Get active and speak to the masses. Build your influence, all levels and all classes. Now you know you can monetize and grow. CTR Media Network, start the show. CTR Media Network. CTR Media Network. CTR Media Network. CTR Media Network. CTR is who we are, the media network that's the best by far, you know. CTR Media Network. CTR Media Network. Yourself, your health is here, we got it. Reaching 350 million, they tuning in. We in 50 different countries, we all can. And like-minded, find your purpose and your assignment. Come get your fix, your feel, your mental alignment. Get active and speak to the masses. Build your influence, all levels and all classes. Now you know you can monetize and grow. CTR Media Network, start the show. CTR Media Network. CTR Media Network. CTR Media Network. CTR Media Network. CTR is who we are. The Media Network, that's the best by far, you know. CTR Media Network. CTR Media Network.
Listen, if anybody's interested in getting into podcasting, grab this book. Go on Amazon, grab this book. It goes with me almost everywhere. This book has like a workbook. It has places you can fill it in. It tells you how to monetize your podcast. It tells you how to set it up. It tells you about sponsorships. It even, listen, go on Amazon and get this book. And this is the Bible for podcasters. Listen, it was ranked #1 in podcasting books. Look right here. Best new podcasting book by Book Authority. Right there. Boom. And a little secret. Y'all, when you grab this book, I think it's page 43. There is a code on there. Listen, you can get access to her class, her course. Get her course. It's worth hundreds of dollars. But this book is it's less than $50. Grab this book on Amazon. I'm telling you, I carry it everywhere. She is the best. Grab this book on Amazon.
Coming up into the music industry, coming up and you know, showing my talent. I definitely would tell her to not care as much about what everybody thinks and only the people that, you know, that you care about. You know, only worry about what they're telling you because they're telling you out of love instead of like just hating on you or something. Because I'm not trust to believe it's just a lot of haters out here. But just stop caring about what everybody got to say. Never give up and just always be yourself, no matter where you are, who you're around. Just bring out your personality and be the loving Albriana and Twice and Yane that you are.
There you go. I couldn't have said it better myself. Y'all, R&B artists, rising R&B artists, Twice. Thank you for being with us.
Thank you for having me.
You are so
I
welcome.
had a great time.
I had as well. That means you have to come back. You're family now. You're part of the Think fam. That means you have to come back.
Definitely.
Okay.
I'll be back.
All right.
Let's do it.
Think fam, don't go away. Back in a moment.
It's your Louisiana girl, Denise Boutte, coming at you on the Michael Finkley Show. And you guys may know me from Why Did I Get Married as the really sweet girl, Trina, or maybe Meet the Browns as Sasha. But I'm coming at you guys from the great state of California, but originally from Louisiana, because you know I can't lose that Southern girl, baby. All right, you guys stay tuned to Michael Finkley.
Hey, Think fam, it's your favorite host, Michael Finkley, and you can listen to us on CTR Media Network. Go listen in.
CTR Media Network is now accepting new podcasters to join our growing network that's reaching 350 million global listeners. Have you heard? CTR Media Network offers podcast production, podcast training, distribution, and product placement. Book us for your next event or schedule an interview with CTR Media Network podcasters today. To learn more, go to ctrmedianetwork.com.
So this is what I'm coming with you today. This is what I got coming at you. Delayed gratification. Delayed gratification. So what do I mean? Those of us who wait, we get the best of the best. If we rush, we just getting what's handed to us. So waiting for things to happen while you putting in the work, while you seeing other people get it, your waiting going to be the thing that allows you to move to the next level. That's going to allow you to be higher than those who just want it right now. They like to call it the microwave lifestyle. If you want the microwave lifestyle, then you don't want longevity. You don't want to be wealthy. You don't want to be healthy. You don't want to sustain. You don't want to last. Like, this is the microwave lifestyle. Microwave lifestyle, like going to fast food. You feel me? You in and you out, 15 minutes of fame. But those of us who like me, those of us who like you, who want longevity, who want to be successful, who want to really last long in success, in wealth, in health. This is called the restaurant lifestyle versus the fast food lifestyle versus the microwave lifestyle. You know, when you go to a restaurant, you got to order, you got to wait. You know what I'm saying? They might give you some water first, might give you some bread first before you really get what you came to get. And in life, you got to take that concept and understand that in life, you have to wait for what you want and you have to grind it out. And that it's not going to happen overnight. But if you keep grinding, it's going to eventually come. So when you're at a restaurant, they might give you some water. That's like in life, you get your little wins. You might get some bread. You might get another little win. And you got to be happy with those. And then your meal come out. Your full course meal come out. That's the reward. That's the pot. That's the big thing. That's the goal that you wanted. You achieved it now. But it took some time. And those of us who can't wait for the greatest things in life, just go get the small things. We ain't gonna never be able to really get what we want. So if you really want what you want in life, if you want to achieve your dreams, if you want to achieve your goals, if you want to achieve the big picture that you have in your head, then you have to wait. And while you wait, and put in the work and be in love with the process. Don't rush the process.
I'm Joey Marie Urbina, and I play Xiomara in Snowfall. And you're watching The Michael Finkley Show.
Hey, did you get your merch yet? Your Michael Finkley merch. Visit our website, michaelfinkley.com, and click Finkley Store. You won't be disappointed. I'm telling you. That's good. On the next Michael Finkley, author Janelle Villiers is with us as she talks about her new book, I Slept with the Married Man. Am I Still a Good Person? The question is, did she really sleep with the married man? Find out this and more on the next Finkley. Hello, everybody. Welcome back to the Michael Finkley Show. I hope that you learned something from this amazing interview. Thank you so much, Twice, for being with us and being who you are, contributing your talents and your gifts to this amazing music industry. Much success to you in the future. And you always have a home here, right at the Michael Finkley Show. If you haven't already, please subscribe to our YouTube channel, The Michael Finkley Show. Ring that bell for notification. We'll see an email saying, hey, new content's available. Listen to us on Spotify and Apple Podcasts. And for more information about what we do, visit our website, michaelfinkleyshow.com. Of course, you can listen to us still on the CTR Media Network. Think fam, thank you so much for watching. We'll see you next time. And always pursue your dreams. Have a good one. Specialize in first generation education. So we assist students with their college and career endeavors. We train school administrators on the state of first generation students. And also we partner with colleges and universities to assist their first generation population for easy transition from high school to college. So if you're looking for a presenter or speaker that presents on these topics and so much more, visit our website at thethinklyexperience.com and learn about all that we do. We're looking forward to working with you. On the next Michael Finkley, the founder of the nonprofit A Girl Like Me Incorporated, Ira Moore is in the building. She tells us how she impacts women's lives every day. Next Finkley.
There's a new familiar face this time. Say hello to the new daytime. See it everywhere you go. Doing the greatest show. It's no other than the Michael Finkley Show. There is no other. He's like no other. I'm so glad that someone resonates with me. Come celebrate with me. Let's do it together.
Hello, everybody. Welcome back to the Michael Finkley Show. Now, y'all, my next guest, she is the founder of A Girl Like Me Incorporated, a nonprofit organization. She is Kyra Moore. How are you?
Hi, I'm good. How are you?
I am super, uber, duper fantastic.
That's amazing.
How are you?
I'm feeling good. I'm blessed. I'm happy and just so excited to be here.
Awesomeness. Thank you so much again for reaching out to us and seeing the email that you sent my team and I. You have an incredible story and you're on this incredible mission of helping others, right? Because someone did it for you and this is your way of paying it forward. So thank you so much. So let's talk about this nonprofit organization, right? Girl Like Me Inc. What is this about?
So A Girl Like Me Inc. is a nonprofit organization that helps girls, teens, teen and young moms up to the age of 25. We provide free diapers, wipes, resources, feminine products, baby clothes, clothes for the moms, clothes for the whole family. And every Saturday I run a mentoring program for girls, teens, and teen moms 11 to 17. Yes.
That is amazing. Wow. Wow. Giving back, mentoring, advising, counseling. I love it, especially within that age bracket because they're going through a lot of different changes. Like, I don't understand what's going on, but having the proper guidance is so needed. Fantastic. And kudos to you. How long have you been doing this?
So last Friday, it marks 3 years.
Whoa. Happy anniversary.
Thank you. Thank you.
3 years. Wow, that is amazing. And because of your organization, a lot of times when we start our organizations, they're a mirror of us. So there's a background story to this of why this organization exists today. So let's go back a little bit. We'll come back to the organization. So let's go back. Age 14, 2007. What was going on during this time?
So I was going through a lot. My family was going through a lot. My mom was helping my grandma with dementia. She was between back households, so she was back and forth. And I was just feeling good about myself, doing things. Met a boy. He was the first one that told me, like, I was pretty. He liked me. And my first time having sex with him, I got pregnant. Wow. Yeah.
So it only takes one time.
Yeah. Yes. And no one knew I was pregnant. I was too scared to tell my mom. I grew up in a strict household. I thought I was gonna get my butt whooped. So didn't tell her, and people didn't know I was pregnant because I was a bigger girl. So people just assumed I was fat. So I didn't tell anyone. So what happened was I ended up going to my sister on my father's side house to spend a weekend with her. And she looked at me when I came over. She was like, girl, you was pregnant. And I'm like, no, I'm not. She was like, yes, you are. So she took me to the doctor under her sister's name because she has a lot of sisters. And when they checked me, I was at 36 weeks. They, yes, they didn't know the sex. They couldn't tell me the sex. And I never had no prenatal care, no nothing. So my mom, she told my mom.
Did you know that you were pregnant?
Yes.
Okay.
I was scared.
All right.
Yes.
You knew. Okay. Gotcha.
Yes. So she ended up, after finding out all the information, she told my mom, of course. I didn't know that she told her, but my mom, she came and picked me up. She was sad. She was angry. She was mad. But Tuesday she found out. Thursday night going into Friday morning, and that same week I gave birth. Yes. Yes.
Wow. What type of emotions, feelings were you feeling to the point of my mama knows now, and now I have this little person that's looking at me?
Yes, I was like really shocked. I couldn't believe it. And I was in labor the whole Thursday, like just cramps. Like I didn't have any medicine. So I had her naturally as a 14-year-old. And we didn't even find out she was a girl until she came out. And I just remember my mom in the corner loud, crying and, calling people. And when we got released from the hospital to my grandmother's house, it was stuff lined up from the stairs. We couldn't even get in the house. It was so much. People came through. They really came through, and they lasted for about 2 years for my daughter.
Whoa. Whoa. That's a blessing because many people don't get that treatment. That's number one. How was that? How was that feeling for you? Like, oh my gosh, I did this thing that I hid so long, but now everyone's embracing me.
Yes, it was a great feeling. I wasn't expecting that because like girls on my block, I used to get bullied when I was little. I used to get bullied at school and things like that. So I just knew once I came out to the community and they see me with this baby, they was gonna be throwing stuff at me and talking about me and everything. No, the whole community, family and friends, they came through. Like they were supportive. And I just can't believe it. And at 14 years old, I was just looking at my baby and I was like, one day I'm gonna pay for her. I don't know when, I don't know how, but I am going to help girls like me and help young moms. I didn't know what the plan was, but I was going to do something.
Yeah, I love that. Again, paying it forward. How is your little girl today?
She's great. She's 15 years old. She's different from me. She is so kind. She is so sweet, and she loved the mess out of her mom. She was a little kid. She ain't know I was a teenager. She just knew she had a mom that loved her.
Exactly. Love, love, love. I love that. Love, 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 right? And with your organization, where do you see your organization going in the future? Because you're doing some great work.
My name is Marcus Brandon. You might have seen me as Diedrich on Mayor of Kingstown, and I'm right here sitting with you on the Michael Finkley Show.
Don't go away. We'll be right back.
Welcome to Father to Father.
The mission of Father to Father Charleston, South Carolina is to help fathers in the Low Country area of South Carolina to be a positive and consistent presence in their children's lives. Father to Father provides community-based programs and support groups for fathers free of charge. They also help fathers connect to other resources they need so they can meet their responsibilities and secure their parental rights. Father to Father offers job coaching and employment connections that benefit fathers. Father to Father is a resource for local organizations that want to provide family support and father-friendly services. If this program is a fit for you, visit our location in North Charleston, South Carolina, and meet our friendly staff here to help and assist. Or visit our website at fathertofatherinc.org. Hey, did you get your merch yet? Your Michael Finkley merch. Visit our website, michaelfinkley.com, and click Finkley Store. You won't be disappointed, I'm telling you. That's good. On the next Michael Finkley, we have R&B artist Twice with us as she talks about her brand new album and her collaborations with Neil and Tiffany Evans. Truly, she is twice as nice. Next Finkley.
And so I must ask, you have this awesome support system, this community behind you. How important was that for you? Because again, many people don't have that.
It was very important for me because I did have times where I feel in a dark hole, wanted to commit suicide, still was feeling like, I made the wrong decision. My life was over because I would hear from people close to me saying that, even though the community and everything was helping me with material things, it was like, it was my baby. Of course, I had to take care of my baby. My mama made sure I took care of my baby, myself, me. And it was like, even though I had that going on, it made me stronger. I already wanted to, do my goals, accomplish them, and finish school and all that. But now I knew I had to go harder. And that's what I did. I went harder. Yes.
I got you. I got you. I know that it's still with the support, it felt great. It felt awesome. But did you still feel at times that you were alone sometimes? I'm young and I have this little girl with me now. She's calling me mama, like me. She's calling me mommy. So what were those times like? You're going to school, you're having to work, but still take care of this child.
So with that, I didn't finish school with my friends. I ended up doing a homeschool. And, I felt like isolated from the world because my friends, I couldn't go out with them. I couldn't go to their houses. I couldn't go like to the dance, to the proms and things like that. I really wanted to, but I'm like, okay, I have to take care of my child. I know it was times when I wanted to go to the state fair and all that. Nope, I got to take care of a baby. So it's like, no, all I could focus on was finally turning 18, still thinking about that so I can get my first job and provide for my baby.
Yeah. You stayed. You stayed and you weathered through it, and look at you today, and you're paying it forward. In your organization, are you finding young women that was once in your position?
So yeah, so how that even got started, my husband now, he's my husband. In 2012, I met him. So I actually was a young mom as well. That's why I help young moms. So once I met him and we got together, we had our first child at me turning with 21 turning 22, and then our last child 22 turning 23. So I have two kids that's a year apart. So once I met him, I told him what I wanted to do. Of course, we were trying to make our life good for our children. We were living in separate households. He was still living with his mom, but we worked. We did what we had to do, go to school. We had some few bumps and bruises throughout the years, but he stayed by my side with knowing what I wanted to do. And it's just like, it's amazing. I get chills because we had like a rough patch. And I went to this church with my sister on my dad's side. And I remember the preacher, like praying for me and, saying everything is going to be okay and everything. And fast forward today, this same preacher, he don't even realize that I was the person that he was helping. He helped me again. He gave me a home to run a Girl Like Me services out of for free. So I'm like, I believe in that. Like, it brings me chills to think about, like, when I was down in this rough patch, you helped me. Now you're helping me again. And he didn't even realize. I had to tell him this story. Like, I came to you, you prayed for me, and it was on an Easter Sunday, and you're giving me this house now? Like, wow. Yeah.
Full circle, full circle. Full circle moments. I love that. And with your organization, where do you see your organization going in the future? Because you're doing some great work.
So in the future, my plan is to have like hubs everywhere where moms can come every 2 weeks to get free feminine products, free baby items, anything that they need that we can provide, like household items, clothing. I want to have like free, it would be like a free store every 2 weeks they can come to. And then my big goal, I want to say, is to have like apartments everywhere so I can house young girls and teens, teen moms, young moms, and there they can work there. They can work in the kitchen. They can do housekeeping. We would provide like a daycare center downstairs. We have like a resume writing class, trade, an interview closet, and we would build them up so when they get ready for the real world, they'll be okay with leaving their children there and getting jobs outside. And we would help them get vehicles, do everything we got to do to build them up.
Oh my gosh. Someone watching, please sponsor her, please. So this can happen because, again, it's so needed. It's so needed. It's very rare in this day and time where you see people wanting to lend a helping hand. And so when it happens, we have to act on it, definitely. Season 5 for us here at the Michael Finkley Show is our biggest dream season. And so what is that next? You're living your dream now. What does that next biggest dream look like? Because I see this going nationally. That's just me. What is your next biggest dream?
To be nationally, to be everywhere. I would love to be everywhere. And I know I will be going down to Alabama soon. We have family housing and property. So I will be having a Girl Like Me Inc. down in Alabama. But the goal is to just be an outreach, be a person, an open door for girls to finally come out, which they do. Like I have girls and moms come out, like, you know, they ready to tell their story because they see I've been out, they've seen me on the news, they see me doing all these interviews, and I'm raw with it. I tell the truth. I tell everything that goes on with me, what things I went through, and we build a sisterhood. And I like to do a lot of volunteering, and I would like to make A Girl Like Me Inc. into like a little sorority of volunteers. It'd be a group of women, and people need volunteers. I can send them there to volunteer. So yes.
Let's go. Keep dreaming, because I promise you, and keep manifesting it. Say it all the time. Say it daily. When and if you can, because again, it is going to happen. It is definitely going to happen. How can the Think Fan find out more about this amazing organization or even donate?
Okay, so you can visit us on our website. That's www.agirllikemeinc.org. We have a lot of information on there. We have different links you can click on to donate, to volunteer. You can find us on Facebook and Instagram at A Girl Like Me Inc. And we also have a LinkedIn page at A Girl Like Me Inc. as well.
Okay, you heard it here, Think Fam. All the information is in the description below. Please go find out more about the organization. If you can, give time, donate, tell others, because again, we need it in the time we live in. Tyra, thanks for being with us.
Thank you for having me.
You're so welcome. Back in a moment.
Hey, this is Nelson Estevez, aka Alonzo from Tyler Perry's The Oval, and you're now watching the Michael Finkley Show.
Hey, Think Fam, it's your favorite host, Michael Finkley, and you can listen to us on CTR Media Network. Go listen in.
To the point where you discouraged and you feel all alone. Because trust me, you're not alone. All of us deal with some adversity in life. All of us deal with challenges. All of us deal with pain. But you have to be the person to tell the story of how the storm went and how you made it out. Somebody got to be the person. And you can be that person. But you have to build yourself and build your resilience, build your mental toughness, build your positive mental attitude, and take the storm on. Take the challenges on. Don't be the person who feel alone and feel like you left out because you're going through a lot. All of us go through a lot. All of us go through the storms. But I need you to be strong and be the person who tell the story of how you made it out. Somebody need that story. Somebody need that motivation, because it's somebody else who's going through a storm as well. It's somebody else who's going through trouble as well, who need to hear how you made it out, who need to know how you built yourself up to make it out of these storms, who need to know how you got that mindset so when things happen, it's not phasing you. It took me a long time to get this positive mental toughness mindset. It didn't happen overnight. It took a lot of practice. It took a lot of repetitive affirmations. It took a lot of days where I went through the storms and I consistently stayed stuck to my core values and beliefs. It took a lot of work. But at the end of the day, now I can speak on, I remember when I was negative. I remember when I was depressed. I remember when I was suicidal. I remember when I didn't have it all together. And I remember when things wasn't coming apart, when things wasn't falling apart for me. I remember all those times. But now I can speak on it now because I built it. And you have to build yourself to that. You have to build and work on yourself consistently to be able to make out the storm and be able to tell your story. Don't let your story go to waste. Don't be the person who got stuck in the storm and who didn't make it out. Don't be the person who had failed at the challenge and gave up. Be the person who made it through the storm, and now today you can tell your story of how you made it through that storm, and you can help somebody else make it through their storms as well.
Hey guys, it's your girl Rama Montakabi, aka Peaches, on the hit show BMF on Stars, and you are watching the Michael Finkley Show.
On the next Michael Finkley, we have R&B artist Twice with us as she talks about her brand new album and her collaborations with Neo and Tiffany Evans. Truly, she is twice as nice. Next Finkley.
Dr. James Granger, MD, is a medical doctor in practice for over 20 years. He is the author of We Have It All Wrong, Our Failed Sick Care System. In his book, he talks about various topics affecting health and politics. His practice is the only licensed pain clinic in Georgia to feature acupuncture as a means for treating chronic pain. Well, he has so much to teach us. He does treat opiate addiction with medically assisted therapy in his office as well. Well, Dr. Granger, thank you so much for being here.
Thanks for having me.
And it's a critical time in medicine. And maybe you could just talk for a minute about what you mean about this, our failed sick care system.
Well, our system is reactionary. In other words, it's based almost solely on allopathic medicine, which is give you a pharmaceutical or do surgery after a problem arises rather than prevention. I like to quote the figure when I entered medical school years ago, there were only 4 medical schools in the US that had a designated course on nutrition. And I went to one of those schools, and the course on nutrition had essentially no clinical applications. It was basically DEKA, or your fat soluble vitamins, the end. So it was more like they were trying to check a box rather than give you something that could actually help your patients stay well and prevent disease rather than wait till after they had the disease and give them a pharmaceutical. So that's the big thing I think we've got wrong.
Yeah, it's upside down. Now, we've heard now they're going to introduce nutrition into medical education, which is great. But the question is, in what level of depth? Like what you're describing, there was no depth.
No, there wasn't depth. And I'm really skeptical about that as to what they mean by nutrition. For example, is nutrition, here's an orange for vitamin C, or take this IV full of synthetic vitamin C, because there's a difference there. I favor, food, which is a whole nother topic in itself, almost. And there are other things, there are lifestyle habits that aren't addressed. We can all think of smoking, alcohol, and that's why, treating people with acupuncture and other means besides opiates for pain control is a big part of my practice, because I tell people all the time, nobody's ever overdosed from acupuncture, but we have thousands of overdoses daily from opiate-based medication.
Right. So we're in an era of, it is truly an opiate epidemic. It's so, if you're in healthcare, I mean, it's really scary to see. And how many young people, and it's so available on the streets.
Yeah, one of the things I do in my practice is medically assisted therapy, which a lot of people will be familiar with. Suboxone is kind of the trade name for buprenorphine that we use to treat opiate addiction. And years ago, I would have to induct the patients into the Suboxone or buprenorphine medication, but now, and for the past several years, they come into my office and they've already been taking it off the street, but they've made the decision, I want to do this the right way under medical supervision, which is kind of a double-edged sword. On one half, I don't want to see them using it on the street. On the other hand, it got them into my office for help. So that's a big problem. And the other problem, and I'm only speaking of my practice, is the majority, and we're talking well over 90% of patients that come in, they're coming in as a self-referral. They're not being referred by their primary care or another physician. So I have issues with that as well. I don't think we, as a medical community, are addressing the problem not nearly as what we need to be.
So what you're recommending is should be a whole team approach. the specialist, the primary care, and you're technically a primary care internist.
Well, I don't do primary care in my office. I have three aspects. It's the medical assisted therapy, pain management, and acupuncture. And there's a lot of overlap between those because I'm trying to take my pain management patients and introduce them and say, look, here's something you can try and maybe should have tried before you got, kind of down that dead end street of opiate-based medications. And, I'm always happy when I can get somebody switched away from opiates on acupuncture, or at least mitigate their opiate use with acupuncture. Or, sometimes my medically assisted therapy patients, they ran into opiate problem because of a pain condition. So if I can treat their pain with acupuncture and then, even get them off of the medically assisted therapy, I count that as a success. But if I can have them not run into the behavioral component of addiction and just be opiate dependent, that's also some degree of success.
Oh, that's now tell us more about your patients who are able to come off opiates altogether with the assistance of the acupuncture. This is just amazing. It's remarkable.
Yeah, it really comes down to patient commitment. And sometimes it's really difficult because if you've got somebody that's been using opiates for 10 or 20 years, it's going to take some time before you see the benefits of that acupuncture. And then when you talk about that commitment, there's also a financial obligation because a lot of times insurance won't cover acupuncture, which is another hurdle I have to go through. Medicare just recently decided to only cover acupuncture for low back pain, but there are other, plethora of painful conditions that could be treated with acupuncture. So what I see more and more is people who have been on the pain medication, they've run into trouble, they want to get off the pain medication, so they're looking for something else for their pain, and that's where acupuncture comes in. And then, of course, I do have, a smaller number of patients who have gotten off of completely, which I said, that's always a great success to see.
That's incredible. But again, you speak to the financial issues. It's like it's upside down, and we need more non-pharmaceutical proven modalities. We need them available for people.
Yeah, and one thing that sticks in my mind is about a year or two ago, I was doing an online CME course, and I think it was through Harvard or, one of the Ivy League schools up north. And they had this kind of video depiction of a practitioner talking to one of his patients saying, oh, you've kind of failed the opiate trial, but I know somebody who does acupuncture. And I sat there watching that thinking, why didn't you send them to the acupuncturist first?
Thank you.
And that's where, I see the problem in our healthcare system. As I said a few minutes ago, nobody's ever overdosed from acupuncture.
Exactly.
I was taught to least invasive first.
Absolutely. And I'll be honest with you, I sung this song of health reform for a long time. And I used to say, the system is upside down and we need to turn it right side up. The problem is all the barriers, financial being one of them, the big one. The financial barriers are huge.
Yeah, and you don't see, medical societies and organizations, what have you, advocating for, why can't I get my patient an epidural? Why can't I get acupuncture for my patient? Why can't I get physical therapy for my patient? I see it all the time as a general practitioner, family practice. They'll write, a tramadol or a low dose opiate. And then as soon as a patient says, this isn't working, I need more, then they send them to pain management. Pain management might be able to do an epidural or two, can't get it covered. So then they end up on opiates, and acupuncture, chiropractic get left out of the picture.
Exactly. I don't know. Are you seeing more and more, they talk about this opiate crisis. I see it and I'm a psychiatrist. I mean, I see it. And these are young people. It's like, my God, all this on the streets that they're getting. I don't know. I don't want to think that my population is skewed. Are you seeing the rates rise?
It's hard to say as far as the rates rise. But the past 2 or 3 months, I've seen more people coming into my office for medically assisted therapy. Now,
Wow.
that's part of that may be my advertising for the practice has really been focused on that as of late. So that may be part of it. But one thing I do see that a lot of people aren't aware of, it's just not young people. You know, I have Medicare elderly people who, you know, have addiction problems. And I'm not talking about dependent on opiates for back pain, they've had previous surgery.
Right.
We're talking about addictive behavior, which you see a lot in psychiatry. And people need to make that distinction as well. There's, you know, people who are opiate dependent, and granted, there is a population that their condition is going to warrant opiates, but we've also got to be aware of the addictive behavior. And I don't see a lot of primary care physicians even screening for that. Because I ask my patients when they first come in, how did you originally get started with opiates? And there's the patients that got started because they were recreational use, and then there's some that started because they had a pain condition, car accident, dental procedure, and then the third group is a combination of those. So we really, you know, as a profession, need to be more focused on screening for this. And then from the insurance side, we really need to open up other modalities so that people will have access to other options that don't get them down the road to addiction.
Absolutely. And you've been at this for a while. You're doing a phenomenal job. And I know I commend you, and I read reviews from your patients. Your patients commend you. They said, you know, you don't sugarcoat it, but you're very empathic. You care about the patients, and you don't want them any more addicted. They already are.
Yeah, that's where I talk about sometimes you have to look at just mitigating their use as a success to some degree. You know, I've had a large number of medically assisted therapy patients who, once I got them on the therapy, their life changes. You know, they go from being nearly homeless to now they have a job, they have a family. And then it gets tricky after that, because then you got to decide, okay, when's a good time to get them off of this?
Right.
And the way I describe it to patients, it's, you know, it's safer to walk downstairs than to run downstairs. So it's a slow process, and we have plateaus. You know, sometimes they'll have a life event, a divorce, a death in the family, where, okay, maybe now's the best time to put that burden on weaning down off your medication. Let's just stop here for a moment, talk about these other things, and then continue to go down on a later date. And another big thing, and this goes to your aspect, is, you know, I tell them all the time, the counseling and the behavioral changes and identifying triggers and learning and developing coping mechanisms is the big part, because, you know, relapse is part of the picture as well.
Right.
It's, again, bittersweet when a patient comes back saying, I need your help again. I'm glad that they come back and trust me to come back, but at the same time, you would rather him not need that particular service again.
Exactly. And but that they reach out and come back is to your credit, that they trust you. They trust you enough. It's like, and part of recovery is, hey, I made a mistake. I messed up.
Yeah, I describe it as a speed bump.
Exactly. And you welcome them with, you know, open arms, and okay, let's get back on track again. In your practice, do you address nutritional? You mentioned nutritional, you know, because I noticed some of the things you had talked about was the impact of food additives and GMOs. What impact do these have on our patients?
It has such a wide impact on the population as a whole. With the foods we eat.
Yes.
Just to kind of keep it brief, what I generally tell my patients is avoid the white stuff, which is sugar, dairy, white flour, and illicit drugs. If you picture cocaine in your mind, all those things are either addictive or inflammatory. So that's kind of my 10-second spiel to, all my patients at some point. And some of it is very simple, just assessing their lifestyle. For example, I had a gentleman in a couple weeks ago complaining about sleep. So my first question is, how much coffee do you drink? Well, he's drinking coffee out until 4 in the afternoon. And it's like, well, if you look at the half-life of caffeine, that's why you can't get any sleep. So that's our first intervention there. And then you pile on the energy drinks, which are caffeinated. You've got things like aspartame and sucralose, which are neurotoxic, excitatory. I try to get people to stay away from the artificial sweeteners. We can talk about GMOs, but then that gets into the financial aspect of things. Somebody who's on a fixed income, they can't afford organic food so much. And another thing I tell people is water is your best friend. Stay away from sodas. It's basically a liquid candy bar. So those are things that I try to cover with everybody just in general. And of course, my book is out there for people to read. I'm working on the second edition because a lot has changed since I originally wrote that book. I wrote that book actually before I added acupuncture to my practice, which was before COVID came about. So there's that as well. So I've got a lot to add in for the second edition.
Is it going to be the same title?
Yeah, I'm going to keep the same title. It's just there's going to be a few more chapters, and in the book there are a lot of web links so that you can access where I got the information from. And some of those links have expired, so I've got to update those. And of course, there's new information that kind of backs up what I was saying 10 years ago. So I've got to add that in as well.
Well, that's great. And for our listeners, what is your website?
It's acupunctureandinjury.com.
Okay.
It's my office website. And for the book, we have got it all wrong, our failed sick care system. I have a page on Facebook where, intermittently I'll post up some things that I feel are informative and in line with what I have in the book.
Well, that's wonderful. And what we can do for our show notes, we can include those links. So you have a Facebook page. We've got it all wrong.
Yes, we've got it all wrong, our failed sick care system.
Beautiful, beautiful. It's terrible to admit, but it's such a step in the right direction when you shine that light on this and help empower people. So it's like that they can get their health back, but they've got to be proactive.
Yeah, and one thing I'm going to talk about in the book as well is functional medicine.
Beautiful.
Because functional medicine, it's kind of a different version of allopathic medicine, so to speak. You're still doing lab work and that type of thing. But the drawback to functional medicine, I say drawback in quotes, is that it requires a lot of work on the patient. It's not just here, take this pill. It's like you've got to make some lifestyle changes. We've got to identify some things and that sort of thing. But it can be proactive and not necessarily reactionary like typical allopathic medicine is.
Exactly. And I think it's a process. Like when you're working with your patients, you're educating, you're empowering, and the more they catch on, then the more they do. and then you follow up and you reinforce it with them. So it's important for our listeners, don't be discouraged. You know, when you find a doctor that you can trust, like Dr. Granger, stick with him. Stick with the recommendations. And, you know, small steps. All those small steps can have a big outcome.
Yeah, and that's something I run into, is trying to get people to understand it's a process. If you've got dietary lifestyle habits that have been going on for years, you're not going to fix them like that overnight. And it's the same thing with acupuncture. You know, people have this perception that I'm going to stick 5 needles in and magically everything goes away. No, it's a treatment process. I tell patients, you know, a course of treatment is 10 visits, and depending on how long you've had your condition, it can be several courses of treatment. Now, there are times when, boom, pain's gone on the first visit. I have had that happen, but I under-promise, over-deliver is the way I describe it. By visit 5 or 6, you should be saying, oh, okay, I see something here. But 10 visits is a course of treatment, and that requires some patience. Because coming to see me 2 or 3 times a week for the first couple of weeks, I know can be you know, time consuming, but at the same time, people do the same thing with physical therapy, with chiropractic, but their expectations are a little different for whatever reason.
But it's a reminder to stick with it. Stick
Yeah.
with it. It's not, just a one session, you know, magic, but it is, what's going on in the body is magic. It's just that it takes some time.
Absolutely. You know, I look at it, the body will heal itself. You just have to help it. So kind of a graphic image I give is, you know, when you have a cut or an injury and we suture it or put a bandage on there, that suture and that bandage is not doing the healing. The body's doing the healing. That suture and bandage is aiding in the healing and preventing infection, but the body is healing. So we have to help that healing.
Yeah, this is wonderful.
And it's a process.
Exactly. It's a process. It takes time. You know, the nerves, the muscles, the cells, everything, the whole body, and the mindset. The mindset, because when you're in suffering, it's so painful. It's hard to, but as you feel better, the mindset, it's better to get a handle on it. It's not so overwhelming.
Yeah, and I see patients all the time. Some will come in, oh, I just want to try this and see if it works. Well, you've already got some doubt in your mind, and that works against you. And then I have other patients who come in and say, I know this is going to work. The healing's going to be better. I'm committed. And in general, they do better.
Yeah, that's awesome. That's awesome. Well, this has been wonderful, Dr. Granger. I want to thank you so much for everything you're doing. And we will have the links in the show notes to your book. And we look forward to your second edition with all these updates.
Thank you.
And then your Facebook page. Are there any final words for our audience?
I think we've covered a lot of things. You know, I would just say that, you know, understand that help is out there. If you've got a problem with addiction, there are other means to treat pain other than just taking a pill. You know, don't dismiss acupuncture, chiropractic, physical therapy. And sometimes you may have to reach into your wallet for what your insurance won't cover if you really want to get healthy. I know some people don't have the means for that, but just know that, you know, there are, all, as Mr. Spock always said, there's always alternatives.
Well, thank you so much, because you are on the cutting edge, helping people. And it's, again, this opiate crisis is a crisis.
Yes.
It's worldwide, and here in the US, it's like you say, and it's people oftentimes, It starts with a prescribed medicine. It's like an injury, but then it takes a life of its own.
That happens far too often. And as you mentioned that, I just thought of one other thing is it really bothers me when people stereotype the opiate user. I can tell you, I've seen people with addiction problems from all professions, young kids going into college, attorneys about to take a bar exam, truck drivers, housewives, cooks, waiters, waitresses, construction workers, other health professionals. It's not just, the homeless person on the street. There are people that you're seeing every day that have an opiate problem that you just may not know about. And that goes back to what I was saying about primary care physicians need to do more screening.
Yeah, the hope is at some point this education, like what you're doing, is going to reach the primary cares, and they need to be given the time too, to take the time with the patients. But for our listeners, if you know of somebody that is struggling with opiates, Ed, who of us doesn't have a friend or a family member, a co-worker that's struggling in some capacity, please direct them to Dr. Granger's, his book, the website, and word of mouth, get the word out. There is hope.
There's always alternatives, and there's help out there.
Awesome. All right. Well, once again, thank you so much, Dr. Granger. We really appreciate your work.
All right. Thank you.
All right, then. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
Hello, hello, everybody, and we are back. All right. So I hope that you guys have been enjoying the episodes thus far. We have had the Mary Zena show, we had the Michael Finkley show, and we also had some commercials. All right. Then so you just heard a little feedback. All right. So we hope that you are enjoying everything that you are actually seeing. We're going to have a couple commercials and then we're going to tie you in so that you can see some more amazing episodes that's going on right now at CTR Media Network. Yes, CTR Media Network. We are setting a new standard of podcasting. We stream 24/7, 7 days a week in order to bring you impactful, powerful content and help you to learn knowledge to help you grow. That is what we are all about. So what we're going to do is talk to you for just a little while, and then I'm going to do a couple commercials. So if you would like to be a co-host for any of our podcasts and shows and do something similar to what I'm doing right now, then you can on the shows that offer co-hosting opportunities. If you would like to learn more, go to ctrmedianetwork.com. If you are an author, a coach, a business owner, have products and services that you feel that our audience would connect and it will resonate with them because you are the solution to their problems, then come on over so that you can be interviewed on any of our CTR Media Network shows. And if you are a little nervous about being on any of our podcasting shows, which some people are, then this is another way that you can maximize your visibility through our platform by advertising with us. We have commercial slots. We also have advertisement opportunities. We also have opportunities where we will feature you in any of our blogs and magazines. And we also have an social media share where we share about you all over the social media platforms. Yes, yes, and yes. And social media wise, we reach over 300,000 people across all of our podcasting platforms. Well, that's some of them. We actually reach more than that. And then, of course, dealing with the TV and radio side, we actually cover way more. I would like to also put this disclaimer out here. Yes, listen, the views, opinions, and ideologies and beliefs expressed by the hosts and their guests on this platform do not represent or reflect the opinions and viewpoints or beliefs of CTR Media Network or its CEO/founders. All points expressed are the sole thoughts, opinions, ideologies, and or beliefs of the said individuals in the representation of themselves and not CTR Media Network, the founder, CEO, or any of our sponsors, staff, or any of the companies that is affiliated with our brands, including the Tina Ramsey Show and any of our podcasting shows that's on CTR Media Network. On that note, we are about to have a commercial break, and then we'll be back with some more. What? 24/7, 7 days a week online TV, brought to you and powered by CTR Media Network.
Hello, my name is Alethea Tucker, and I am the CEO of Jolie's Enterprises. I'm also the host of a show entitled Reinvent and Rise, and the host of a podcast entitled Leveling Up the Podcast with Alethea Tucker. I recently had the distinct pleasure of working with Tina Ramsey and CTR Media Network in one of her programs where she taught me how to get exposure for my podcast. She increased my visibility tremendously, and she showed me how to monetize both of my shows to make them revenue-generating products. I am so ecstatic and so happy with the service that she and her staff provided to me. She went above and beyond what I expected, and I certainly got far more than I ever dreamed I would get with her. So I highly recommend her for any of her programs. I highly recommend her as someone to go to if you are looking to increase what you do with your podcast, make it better. If you're looking to get visibility, definitely speak with her. You will not go wrong with her or anyone on her staff.
The Homeschooling Interactive Magazine is a magazine that embraces and celebrates the entire homeschooling experience. Our magazine is different from all the rest because we provide beneficial information and assistance in homeschooling, business, wellness, mental health, resources, and life. We encourage you to pick up a copy of our magazine today on Amazon.com by simply searching the Homeschooling Interactive Magazine. The Homeschooling Interactive Magazine is all about impacting the world through home-based learning, helping to de-stress the homeschooling experience. Get your copy from Amazon today. Join the She Trucking Foundation today and be a part of a supportive community of women in the trucking industry. Unlock exclusive access to valuable resources, including mentorship, educational workshops, and networking opportunities. Whether you're an experienced professional or just starting your trucking journey, She Trucking is here to empower you and help you thrive. Visit www.shetrucking.com to join us and drive your trucking career to new heights.
Advanced degrees at a rate of more than 3 to 1 compared to native-born Caucasian Americans. And that's just a fact. O'Reilly, the Bill O'Reilly that used to be on Fox with the No Spin Zone, he actually did a show and talked about this. And they're the highest earning group. So they are literally the most successful group that has ever set foot on U.S. soil. And they don't want us to know that. But I want y'all to know that. And so this book is, so basically I want you all to share this, not just because I want to sell books, okay? The main goal for this book is to connect us back so that we can put our roots back. And if you look, and because you bought the book, I have a fact sheet because there's deep cultural meaning on the cover of this book. There are 10 ancient Adinkra symbols. I picked each one because of what it means. And I have a fact sheet for those that buy the book. So Dr. Ramsey, I will be sending you yours. These Adinkra symbols, and the one that's most ubiquitous, the little bird like that's looking back, is called the Sankofa. And that Sankofa, it's ancient now, ancient Adinkra symbols. This is from Ghana. The Sankofa means there's no shame in going back and getting what is at risk of being lost. And so when I connected to my roots, I got that which was at risk of being lost. And that's why the Sankofa is on there. But there's 9 other Adinkra symbols. One of them, the one over found my people, you see it's 3. Those, the one in the center is the GMA, the one I told you was the most popular one, the one that means except for the Lord. That's what that means. And I put 3 because one for the Father, one for the Son, and one for the Holy Spirit. And that's why those are the way they are there. But each one of these Adinkra symbols has a particular meaning, and everybody that gets the book, come back on the website, contact, say, hey, I've got my book. I want to get the fact sheet to tell me the significance, the rich cultural significance embedded in the cover of the Found My People book.
Wow. That is that's powerful. Okay, so what we're going to do, we're going to take one more commercial break, and then we're going to come back with one more wrap up question, and then we're going to say goodbye until next week, people. So make sure if you need to get your little snack, a little beverage, go ahead and get it while we have our commercial break, and we'll be back with Richard. Okay, we'll be back with Richard. We'll see you in a moment.
It's in your DNA poem. It goes like this. It does not matter what they say. There is greatness in your DNA. The proof is in the lies they choose to tell to make themselves feel superior. They point to chaos in different places, but hide what their hands did to bring it about. There is greatness in us, but they don't want it out. I think they know they could not compete if the field were level and they couldn't cheat. So on they go, lives filled with lies to make pretend and rationalize. They say all is equal. Why do you complain? Pretending that the constant lies have not changed the game and made people perceive just by your skin who should lose and who should win. There are some things you have to know. Don't wait for someone to tell you so. Reject the lies of yesterday. Embrace the greatness in your DNA.
And just like that, we are back when we're back with Richard. And I hope you enjoyed that commercial courtesy of Found by People with Richard. And I want you to embrace your DNA, like he said. And so we're going to bring him back to the stage. That was an amazing commercial of just taking us through a journey of just embracing our DNA, embracing our greatness, embracing that we are not what we are told we are based upon the color of our skin. Our mindset is a little bit different here in the United States versus someone who's born and raised in Nigeria or Ghana. And so the fact that we need to change our mindset in order to embrace who we are and who we're going to become as a people. I want to pull this up because I thought that this photo of you, we featured this on the cover of the Tina Ramsey Show magazine, but I really want to talk about this. Is that a cane? Or
yes, it's this. What you're seeing is traditional Igbo attire, and that red cap. The only reason I'm able to wear that red cap is because when I joined the local Nigerian community, and they saw that I legally changed my name, they said we have to mark this occasion. So in 2017, at the Independence Day celebration, they had on the program where the Igbo chiefs and the Yoruba chiefs actually called me up, officially accepted me into the Igbo and the Yoruba tribes. I mean, people group, just depending on, who you are and what you say. And then the Igbo chiefs, the chiefs have to confer upon you to be a chief. You can't just be a chief. So they actually made me a chief. And so this is when you see an Igbo wearing that red cap, it is a chief. Only the chiefs wear the red cap. The clothing is called Ishiagu cloth. Agu is lion. Just like my name, Eze Agu, means king of lions, King Eze Agu, lion. This is the Ishi Agu. It's the lion's cloth. And this cloth is particular to the Igbo people. The necklace, this bracelet also, this is particular Igbo attire. And the 04 is the cane. And you see the lion. You see there the lion. So yes, that is traditional Igbo. That's the kind of attire Igbo chief will wear.
Wow. And I did not want to let this episode go by without giving it the spotlight that it needed in order for us to be able to connect. And many of us, we're still on that journey like myself, but it's so refreshing to hear your journey, to feel the confidence come through. And I want all of us to feel that. I can't wait for my book to get here. But listen, you guys, you can go to Amazon right now, or you can just go to foundmypeople.com.
Yes.
And go and purchase it, foundmypeople.com, and go ahead and pick up this book today to get connected with your roots, to get connected with who you are and why. I mean, I didn't understand why I did things the way I do it until I started digging into my DNA. And then I realized that's indigenous to the people who I am. We do this, certain things that we say, a certain rhythm, like I can hear a beat. And my body just naturally moves to it. And it's indigenous to well, the peoples or the tribe, whichever terminology you want to say,
That's right.
The same thing.
Michael Finkley with the Michael Finkley Show.
And I'm Nicole with Conversations with Nicole. You can join me Wednesdays at 9 a.m. on all of my streaming platforms.
Well, Nikki, don't forget about the Michael Finkley Show, Mondays, 12 p.m. Eastern Standard Time on the CTR Media Network.
Join us.
Hi, everybody. I'm Chief Meteorologist Ed Piotrowski with ABC 15, and you're watching the Michael Finkley Show.
It's finally here. My brand new single, Biggest Dream Come True. Now available on all streaming platforms. Next, Finkley, Arthur, and TED Talk speaker Bernard J. Owens Jr. stops by, and he tells us what's next. Plus, Community Spotlight Series, all new Finkley, Monday.
There's a new familiar face this time. Say hello to the new daytime. See it everywhere you go. Doing the greatest show. It's no other than the Michael Finkley Show. There's no other. He's like no other. I'm so glad that someone resonates with me. It's tuned to
Hello, everybody. Welcome back to the Michael Finkley Show. Now, y'all, my next guest, I think he is my cousin, but we'll talk about that later. He is an author, a TEDx speaker, and a mental health professional. He is none other than Bernard J. Owens. How are you?
Hey, Michael, thank you so much for having me on, man. I appreciate it.
You are so welcome. You probably don't remember me, but I saw you back in May at a Mother's Day brunch.
Oh, yeah, of course.
You actually got on stage and you read an insert from your book.
Yeah.
And I tell you, you left everyone in awe, and you left everyone with a little tear coming down because of your realism. You're very authentic in what you do. So thank you for bringing your talents to literacy.
Wow. I really appreciate that. Thank you. That was a great time. Mother's Day.
It was. It really was. So I must say, why is mental health important to you?
It's important to me for a lot of reasons. Professionally, it's because that's what I do every day. I work in mental health crisis intervention, self-harm and suicide intervention and prevention. So it's professionally very important to me, but it's also very close to my heart as a two-time survivor of self-harm and someone who's tried to end their own life in the past. So now that I'm working in the field, I not only have a career affinity for what I'm doing, but also have a personal affinity, because a lot of the stories that I see myself in the clients that I work with. So it's not just a career choice. For me, it's passionate. I left Delta Airlines at 42 years old and enrolled in graduate school just to do this work. So I love what I'm able to do, and the team and I, the care that we're able to provide.
And you say second chance? Wow.
Yeah.
Chance. When did it become real for you? When did you really hone in to say, you know what, I want to do this, but I know that it starts with me? When did you start dealing with you?
You know, I was at Michigan State University and had a mental health crisis of my own, where I was involved in some self-harm and tried to end my life. And after that, one of the conditions of staying on at the university was that I enroll in some sort of therapy or counseling. And it really was something something amazing that emerged out of that crisis. And I was able to formally get the help that I need. It was more than just trying to pray it away, more than just talking to friends about it, more than just trying to self-medicate with alcohol or whatever else. It was a formal, concrete approach to healing. And that's what changed things for me. Not that all those other things don't have their place, but for me, that's where the journey really began. And that was some 30 years ago now.
Wow.
Yeah.
So with this second chance, right, that has been provided to you, right, to help others within the health of mental, the health of physical, what type of feedback do you usually get from individuals that when you tell your story or really can relate to them? What kind of feedback do you receive?
Usually I think people are more willing to open up and discuss what's really troubling them when they know that you're willing to put yourself on the line and share authentically what you've been through. And so a lot of the connections I've had with clients has been just because I've been appropriately sharing my story. And when I say appropriately, of course, there's a context that you always, if you're going to disclose personal information in a client therapist role, there's always certain ways that you do it and go about that. But a lot of my colleagues aren't willing to take that step for whatever reason. And, there are different approaches to therapy, and everybody has a different approach to how they want to receive therapy as well. So a lot of the comments and things that I get from people is just the appreciation for being willing to share what I've been through.
And again, I can't stress this enough. What you do is so important. So the big question from years to come, why is mental health important?
Wow, mental health impacts us all, right? Top athletes in the world, they may not always divulge, but one of the first things I'm sure they work on is mental health and mental wellness and acuity to be able to do what they do physically, because the body follows the mind and vice versa. So mental health is important in a lot of contexts, just in terms of how we function in society, how we get along with families and coworkers and people that we care about. When you start to take care of yourself, you're a better human being to the world. And I also like to tell my clients that, there's a lot of stigma around mental health. I like to share the idea that mental health is no different than any other problem or ailment that you might face. If you broke your leg and went to the hospital to get it set in a cast, you wouldn't be judging yourself because your leg was broken. And sometimes we do that with mental health. I'm feeling depressed and I'm judging myself because I'm feeling depressed. So, sometimes we can do a compound thing that isn't helpful at all.
You really said some things here, right? Going back to the self-care, right? When it comes down to mental health, I just had a conversation with a cousin of mine, and we were talking about our family history and how sometimes in families, right, we don't say certain things, we don't talk about certain things. But I feel like because of COVID, we became a little bit more woke, right, to the aspect of mental health. How does that merge with our physical health?
In so many ways, Michael. I mean, I spoke recently just about, as a matter of fact, the Surgeon General has declared an epidemic with regard to loneliness, misunderstanding, and isolation, which are directly linked to physical health. Being engulfed in loneliness can decrease your lifespan. It can cause hypertension, diabetes, and other quantifiable medical conditions. And the Surgeon General is calling for us to be more interactive and figure out ways to be with people who don't have anyone, or who are with people and don't have the ability to connect. So it really is something that all of us can do. And I think the pandemic just made the problem worse because we were closed up and away from each other in ways that we hadn't been before.
Wow. That's kind of news to me, because you never know, some people always tell us that, whatever you think or go through, it can affect everything. And literally, those two concepts work interchangeably, because it does affect your being, right?
Yes.
It definitely affects your being. So how can we prevent some of these things from happening besides medication, right? What can we do?
Some of the things, well, let me start with this. A lot of people ask me, how can I help a loved one who is dealing with an emotional or mental crisis?
Yeah.
And one of the first things I always like to say is, if you want to help someone that you think is going through something, ask them how they are doing, how you can help, and then stop talking. Let them talk. Let them tell you what they're experiencing. And when I say stop talking, Michael, I also mean stop talking to yourself. Stop your internal dialogue while they are talking. Be present and listen to them. And don't try to fix it. Just be present. And that in seminary is what we call the ministry of presence. Just being present with someone and listening to what they're saying and stopping your internal conversation so you can be there with them fully. So that's one of the first things we can do to help people that we think are suffering. One of the things we can do for ourselves if we're dealing with some mental health or emotional challenges is seek help. Now more than ever, it's so much easier to receive help right in your home. I'm proud to say I open my laptop twice a month and log on to speak with my mental health counselor. And it's just the maintenance that I do to feel well, just like you go to the gym to feel well, just like you try to eat better to feel well, just like you brush your teeth to keep yourself clean. You know, there are things that we have to do in terms of maintenance and hygiene that also apply to our mental health.
Oh wow, another mouthful said, because I even caught myself going into one of those arenas where I didn't want to go anywhere. So many things have happened this past year, and still am, right. I didn't want to go anywhere. I just want to be by myself. But I felt health wise that what, something's going on. The chest pains and all that kind of good stuff. I wasn't eating like I was supposed to. And so now it's clicking from this conversation. It's like, okay, I had to literally get up. I had to literally force myself to get up and do some things, get out there and take in some sun, or go down the street and visit some family, that kind of thing. So all this is clicking for me. So this is helping me. I hope it's helping. I hope it's helping that you're watching. It's really helping me. What resources are out there? Because there are a lot of different resources that can assist with our mental and our physical health as well. What's out there?
I think with regard to mental health, if you have someone that you trust that is seeing someone already, you can ask them. That's one of the ways. It's kind of like any other thing, right? Like, who's your doctor? Who do you go to? Who do you, And so word of mouth is one way, but if you're not comfortable with that, feel free to Google, and Google specifically what you're looking for. If you're looking for a Black female therapist, because that's who you think you'd be comfortable with, Google those in your area. Or if you have health insurance, you can look on the back of your insurance card, call your provider, and ask them who's in network that meets the parameters that you're looking for. So there are several different ways to go about it. If you don't have insurance, there are community mental health resources, and in most major cities around the country, right? I work for one of those in the Washington, D.C. area, where many of my clients are uninsured. And so there are resources, but it's up to the consumer to get themselves out there and look and be educated in how they want to approach it, because it really is your life and your happiness. And you don't have to tell anybody about it. You ain't got to talk about it. You don't have to discuss it with anybody unless you want to. It's something that's very personal and will really benefit you.
Exactly. And another key point there, as you were talking, because again, I'm going back into my own being. I'm like, I need to talk with somebody. I need to talk with somebody. We like, oh my gosh, we love Jesus, but he put people on down here to talk with us. So I get it. I definitely get it. So I hope that you listening and watching are taking heed to this. And what I love about what you do, Bernard, is that you bring your experiences and your real experiences in life to what you speak about and what you write about. So I have to talk about this book, right? The only thing wrong with you is that you think something is wrong with you.
Amen
okay,
to that.
Where did that come from?
What's up, everybody? It's your girl Mila, lead singer of 702, and you are watching the Michael Finkley Show. Where my girls at?
Hey, don't you violate me.
On the next Michael Finkley, imagine going on a family birthday trip and the unthinkable happens.
So on July 6th, which was my oldest son's 17th birthday, we lost both our sons, ages 12 and 17, on that particular day.
Hello Again founder Dominique McFarland tells her story. Next Finkley. Looking for some of the best soul food right here in Mullen, South Carolina? I promise you. Come on down to Garden Alley.
Grape salad, fabulous. Or water gang, or potato salad, or chicken is fresh. Macaroni and cheese is salted to perfection. I haven't found anything that's not right. Best ever.
banana pudding, cakes, pies.
Yeah.
Selection is huge. Garden Alley is an awesome place to eat. I really love it.
Come by and see the amazing staff at Garden Alley, downtown Mullins.
CTR Media Network is now accepting new podcasters to join our growing network that's reaching 350 million global listeners. Have you heard? CTR Media Network offers podcast production, podcast training, distribution, and product placement. Book us for your next event or schedule an interview with CTR Media Network podcasters today. To learn more, go to ctrmedianetwork.com.
So I have to talk about this book, right? The only thing wrong with you is that you think something is wrong with you.
Amen to that.
Where did that come from?
So you mentioned earlier when we were talking about Jesus, I think for myself, where that title came from, I know where it came from, but I was raised for many years by my paternal grandmother, who didn't go to therapy and didn't do the things that I'm talking about, but she was a believer in something larger than herself. And so she said to me one day when I was going through whatever I was going through as a young man, the only thing wrong with you is that you think there's something wrong with you. And she meant that in a way that we come to this world fully shaped and formed in terms of everything we need. But then as we grow, the world throws things at us, or we interpret things or misinterpret things. And then we start to feel like we're not worthy or there's something wrong. So, I want to be clear. She didn't mean that in a you don't need a therapist type of way. She meant that in a way of you're whole and divine as a creature on this planet. So, and that's what it means. The only thing wrong with you is that you think there's something wrong with you. And when you start there, then you can build on that and improve, not change, not be someone different, but improve on who you are and grow and expand. Yeah.
I love that concept because, life is all about growing. Life is all about improving, right? I stay away from people that say, I learned everything I need to learn. And why are you still here? Why are you still living? As long as you're breathing and learning about something, what else should we gain from reading this book? How should we feel? And what should we take away as we read this book? Because there's a lot of good stuff in here.
The book is fun, right? Like it was a lot of fun to write. It was an emotional ride, roller coaster ride at times, but it's also fun because growing up a child of the 70s, 80s, 90s, 2000s, and coming into my own, there are songs throughout my life songs and television shows that kept me sane. When I was depressed as a child, I watched a lot of television. I listened to a lot of music on the radio. And so the great thing about the book is it really is a fun ride as I chronicle my life, not with dates and times, but with songs that were occurring at the time. So, so there's that. And also there's a deeper meaning than just the songs. There are lessons that I've learned that are universal lessons that I like to impart to the reader so that they can apply them to their own lives. And there's a little bit of homework in there too. So it's got a little bit of everything.
I gotcha.
Yeah.
And it's a great read. It definitely is a great read. I was able to read passages from it, and I tell you, it allows you to reflect on self as well. When you finish this book, what did you learn about yourself that you didn't already know?
When I finished the book, I think I learned that I was capable of doing much more than I ever thought I was. And I'd learned a lot more than I thought that I knew. But one of the biggest things from that in terms of professional endeavors, anybody's thinking about writing a book or doing something major like that, don't tell everybody. Just keep it small, keep it to yourself, do your work, take your book, your laptop to a coffee house and write a little bit at a time. And then you build your confidence that by the time it's done, it doesn't matter who you tell because you're done with it. So that I also learned that about myself. The things that are important to me, sometimes I'll keep it close to the vest until I'm ready to, to share that. Because the world can be hard on you sometimes and not even meaning to.
Can you say that one more time? Listen, that part.
The world can be hard on us sometimes. Even people who are well-intentioned can pile their stuff onto you without meaning so. So you can say, you're gonna star on Broadway if you're a singer or something. And the first thing some of the closest people will say to you is, "How you gonna do that?" So that's just a little lesson that's also in the book. Keep some things to yourself and work on them.
And again, this book reflects who you are as a being. And you talked about some of the things that you went through, right? Depression and, heartbreak and generational curses, that kind of thing. Do we ever overcome these things, or do we have to deal with these things on a daily basis to kind of, recover?
You know what? That's a great question, man. You know what I want to say to you? Why would you want to get over them? You want to move past them, but you want to incorporate that into your being. I don't want to get over the things that I've been through because they make me who I am to sit here with you. Just like you, they're a part of who you are. I like to say my eyes are brown. It's a part of who I am. I don't want to change it. It is who I am. So the things that have happened to you in your life, you're still here. They have made you who you are.
You're gonna make me cry, sir, because that is great. We don't look at it in that sense. It's like, okay, I was depressed. I gotta get over this, right? I have to get over this. But there's a lesson in that, right? There's a lesson in that, and there is a testimony in that as well, because we can share that with other people that may think that they're by themselves.
Right. And you're not. And I think that's the biggest fraud that's being perpetrated on us, not just as Americans, not just as Black folks, but as people in the world. The biggest fraud being perpetrated is that everybody doesn't have something that they're dealing with. Everybody has something that they're dealing with, even if it could be career, it could be family, it could be finances, it could be health, but everybody is dealing with something. The gag is,
the gag.
To quote Kiki Palmer, the gag is nobody's telling you about that. Yeah. They're showing you how wonderful life is on Instagram, how great life is on TikTok and other social media platforms, and you don't get to see behind the scenes. So, and maybe that's not for everyone to share, but if you have that knowledge when you're viewing those platforms, it gives you a different perspective, and it also kind of neutralizes the idea that you need to be comparing yourself to somebody else.
Oh my gosh, that's another show. But yeah, definitely. And I feel that's a cool segue to your TEDx as well. Everything you thought you knew about your parents is dead wrong. What mindset were you in when you came?
And I was in the mindset of someone who had learned so much about myself, but at the same time, as much as I wanted people to see me for who I wasn't always giving the benefit of the doubt to other people. And so the TED Talk is only about 17 minutes, but it really is one of the largest lessons of my life in terms of learning that my parents were not who I wanted them to be. They were their own beings. And once I could see them as not my parents, but as Bernard Sr. and Susan, which are my parents' names, as people, as individuals, as human beings, it helped me heal the relationship with them. But the truth is, it really helped me heal a lot of myself because I understood them and understood myself a lot better. So I think that can be applied to so many areas where we have strife or misunderstanding or whatever we have going on with other people. Maybe the relationship will never be what you quite imagined you wanted it to be, but it can be better when you take the time to try to empathize and put yourself in their shoes.
Whoa, a lot of self-reflection here. And I feel that's what it's all about. If we're not effective for ourselves, how can we be effective for others? So I love the concepts that you have here. What you've done so much, author, speaker, what's next for Bernard?
Well, a little bit of rest as we close out 2023 here soon. Can you believe the year is almost over?
Oh, that's great.
And then I'm gearing up for some big new projects that are in the works. So those things, and I'll be posting that on social media and things like that, doing more book promotion. So yeah, I'm excited. This has been really cool to do this from a career perspective, but more so rewarding in terms of the effect and impact that I see that it's having on other people who thought that they were going through some of these things by themselves,
Bernard, are you proud of yourself?
That I don't think anyone's asked me that. I don't know that I'm proud of myself, but I'm proud of to know that my parents are proud, if that makes sense. And I'm saying my parents are proud. My mom passed away a year ago, and that's a large part of what motivates me to do what I do. But even though she's gone and wasn't able to see this, I know that she's proud of me. So that makes me happy more than me being proud of myself. So, yeah.
Oh, I love this. How can the Think fam purchase this amazing book, and how can we follow you on social media?
Oh, okay. Well, on social media, on Instagram, I'm Bernard Owens Jr., not to be confused with Senior. And on Amazon, it is Bernard Owens Jr. The book title is The Only Thing Wrong with You is That You Think There's Something Wrong with You. And then, of course, for free, you can go see the TEDx on the YouTube channel. Everything you thought you knew about your parents is dead wrong. So 3 places, and I'll be updating social media with the things that are coming up soon once those things are finalized.
I have to ask this because, again, in the beginning we talked about second chance, right?
Yeah.
You at the age of someone in their 40s decided to do a revamp of themselves. How was your mental even back then to pursue something that you knew nothing about, right? And that you were just taking that leap of faith in going into?
I think at 42, I'm 52 now. So at 42, when I enrolled in grad school there in Atlanta at Emory, I had a little bit of imposter syndrome. First of all, everybody was younger than me in class because they had come straight from undergrad to graduate school. So there was a little bit of that. And for maybe the first out of 3 years, I thought someone was going to tap me on the shoulder and, tell me, hey, it's time for you to go. We figured it out. But by the second and third year, I completely felt like I belonged, right? And so my mental state evolved as I evolved. As I took chances, I became stronger. And I think that applies to everybody. If you take chances and step out there, and you're not going to always know how to do stuff. You're not going to always know how to write a book. You're not going to always know how to do a TED Talk, but you take these incremental steps and look for good people along the way, because nobody does anything by themselves. It all comes together, whatever it is you want to do.
You got to come back. That means you have to come back so we can talk some more, because I'm really enjoying this. Bernard J. Owens, my cousin. Thank you for being with us. Thank you for being with us. We appreciate you so much.
Thank you. Look forward to speaking with you again, man. I really appreciate you having me on.
You're very welcome. Big fans don't go away. Back in a moment.
Hey everybody, it's Maurice Solo. I'm the assistant director and play doctor to Rotten Apple, the stage play, and we're rocking with the Michael Finkley Show.
Hi guys, welcome to Awaken. We wanted to serve the city of Mullins. We are church owned, and we felt like a coffee shop was such a huge need in the city of Mullins. There's nowhere for people to just come, get a cup of coffee, sit with friends, maybe do some work on the laptop. And so we feel like it was a service that we could give back to the city. Well, our hope is that people will feel calm, that they'll feel welcome, that it'll be a place where they can come and just clear their mind.
We come here twice a day. That's how good their smoothies, their coffee, their lattes, frappes, delicious. I would love the atmosphere here. If I had time to come and just sit and relax, I would. It's awesome.
One thing that I really love about it being here is just the cozy environment. It's so inviting. I can come in here and I can get my schoolwork done, a good coffee and a good meal. But I'm just really thankful that they're here and that I have a good place to go.
We're open Tuesday through Friday from 7 a.m. to 2 p.m. and Saturday from 8 a.m. to 2 p.m. Awaken Coffee Bar, downtown Mullins.
Oh, what's going on? What's going on here in my car? Oh, my bad. I thought you wanted some secret promotion. Secret promotion? What's that? It's a company that we make anything that you want. What you mean anything? Like, you know how you walk around like here blank? Yeah. Shake it off your shirt. What you mean? Take this up your cup. Secret promotions. Wait, y'all just did this? That quick. Hey, y'all, wait, hold on. So y'all can do anything real fast. Serious promotion. Can y'all put a logo on it? Say we can. Serious promotion, we can do anything fast, anything in a hurry. Serious promotion. It's very creative. Wait, I didn't do that. I didn't know that. Y'all move fast like that. That's how we have. We have a blue cup like that. That's the blue pill. Wait, how y'all got the same cup? I already got the same cup for you. It's already made for you. Serious promotion. We got nerd toys, baby. He can't make this pen have nothing on it right now. Yes, he can. Watch the promotion. If he already knows. Consider what you're asking for. And tell them secret promotions, correct? Hold on. Y'all move fast. Hold on. I got some. You can't put your logo on this right now. If secret promotion, that means y'all legit. Can you rip me out the plastic? He won't know that. We'll put it on there. Turn it over. Now y'all can brand new. SecretsPromotion.com. Make sure y'all go shop. Get anything you need. Secrets Promotion.
Hi there, I am Lolita Molina. I am an actress, author, advocate, if you will, and you're watching The Michael Finkley Show.
On the next Michael Finkley, imagine going on a family birthday trip and the unthinkable happens.
So on July 6th, which was my oldest son's 17th birthday, we lost both our sons, ages 12 and 17, on that particular day.
Hello Again founder Dominique McFarland tells her story. Next Finkley.
Welcome, everybody, to Wisdom Tips. I'm your host, Dr. Connie Green. I am so glad you tuned in tonight to Wisdom Tips. We have a wonderful broadcast tonight. I want you to get this broadcast out to everybody that you know. Share, share, share. Sharing is caring. I would love for you to do that for us so people can hear what this message is all about. We're in a day and time where everything has just have gone crazy. I was just listening to the TV before I started the Wisdom Tips show today and heard that 18 people were killed in a bowling alley. People are mad, people are angry, people are depressed, people are overwhelmed, and they're just ready to just give up. But I'm glad you stopped by here today because I don't want you to give up. I want you to learn how to forgive and let go. No matter what's happening in life, Don't get shaken by it. Just know if you have the help of God in your life, he will certainly work it out in your favor. Today's episode, we're going to be talking about the wisdom secrets of peace and forgiveness. The wisdom secrets of peace and forgiveness. That is exactly what we're going to be talking about today. So please tell a friend if you want to know the secret of how you can forgive and how you can have peace when the world is going crazy. This is the episode for you. And thanks again for joining, because I'm still here, like I'm here every Tuesday, Eastern Standard Time at 7 o'clock, dropping pearls of true wisdom, giving you the tools that you would need to live a victorious life. So we're getting ready to dive in again to wisdom tips and give you some profound transformational power of wisdom. And today we're going to be embarking on a journey, as I said in the beginning, having the wisdom, the secret and the peace of wisdom so you can forgive. So let's just dive right on into it. These secrets of peace and forgiveness is just for you, and it's just for me. And if we can learn the secrets to have peace when the world is gone crazy, to have a successful life when everybody else is failing, then we can do it. If we learn that secret. I had to learn that secret a long time ago, and I'm going to be sharing a little piece of my story in the beginning of the broadcast. So I don't want you to miss out on that. If you got to go get some water, go ahead and get some water, take some notes, because it's going to be a very good broadcast tonight. Learning how to forgive, having the secrets to learn how to forgive. You know, in life, we have so many experiences that we all go through. We experience seasons of change, you know, and brokenness throughout our lifetime. I know you have, because I have. We've been through our highs, we've been through lows, we've been the good and the bad, and it all can be used to cultivate us. In other words, to make us what we need to be. Sometimes, the potter has to break the pot to start all back over again. So what I'm saying, sometimes in our life, God has to cause the breaking in our life to break us, to mold us, to make us into what we need to be, because maybe we've gotten stagnated. Maybe we're not doing what we need to do to move forward and doing the things that God has called to do. Sometimes we give up. Sometimes we get discouraged. I know I have gotten discouraged sometimes when God has called me to do a job or something in the kingdom of God, or whether it's with my family, or maybe I had some things I wanted to do in life and I didn't get them done, and I get discouraged, so I just give up. So, life will have those challenges, because there will be life and there will be changes in our life. No, and no one likes those type of things when we go through. No one don't want to embrace this thinking when it comes to the unfavorable seasons in life. What kind of season are you in the life today? I don't know what kind of season you're in, but it's all kind of people that are out there today that are going through some seasons in their life, and they just don't understand it. So if you know anybody like that, please share this broadcast. No, we don't want to embrace those changes. It's hard to change. We get stuck sometime and we still want to keep doing the same thing over and over again. So I want you to put in the comment, just embrace the change, the unfavorable seasons in your life. Maybe death. When death comes, someone dies in our family, our finances get all jacked up, we can't hardly pay our bills. You may have gotten, maybe gotten lost your job, or you may have gotten sick, or something happened that you just couldn't understand, and you've gotten stagnated with things in life. You're tired of the struggle, and then you get upset when people hurt you, and then you start having an unforgiveness spirit. And we've often talked about this, because I am your unforgiveness life coach also, that helps you to get past trauma. And for those of you that don't know me, I'm a Christian counselor for over 25 years. I'm a personal development life coach. I help amazing women and men survivors overcome life disappointments. And that's why I drop by and give tips of wisdom, once a week at 7 o'clock p.m. Eastern Standard Time. So if you know somebody want to hear some of these tips, they will bless you. They have certainly blessed me, because you know what? I can't get blessed unless God bless me to be able to pour into me what he would like for me to share with you. So when he shares it with me, then he shares it with me first, right? So, I can't teach it unless I've been through it. I think that's what it should always be. You know, if we go through some things and you burnt that, you know, you put your hand on that stove, grandma told you not to put that hand on the stove, and you put it on there, what happened? You got burnt, right? Because you didn't listen to grandma. So you need to listen to somebody. You don't know everything in life. So we're talking about tonight on how we can know the secret of having peace and forgiveness, to be able to let go and let God, you know, and just forgive. Let's examine this unforgiveness that we're talking about and this brokenness. You know, we're talking about it tonight because it's very, very real, because we all go through it. And I just don't want you to get so discouraged that you just give up on your dreams, you know, and sometimes we don't even be in our right mind. You know, brokenness and unforgiveness sometimes it's hard. It's not easy. No, it's not easy. Not easy for me. It's not easy for you. You know, and if somebody like breaks your heart, somebody that you love and they betrayed you, what, it breaks your heart, it breaks it in millions of pieces. But I want to tell you today, it's just a season, just like the summer, the spring, the fall, the winter. It comes and it goes. Life is the same. So just get on up. I was talking to a young lady today that I had met a few months ago, and I was in Lowe's getting some stuff for my husband, and I kept looking at her, and I felt like in my heart that I knew her. So I walked up to her and I said, "Hey, how you doing? Do I know you?" And then she did. She knew me, and we began to talk about life, and she began to tell me how some things were going on in her life, and she was about to give up, and she was disappointed. And I began to encourage her that, you know, that she was beautiful, she was intelligent, she can bounce back, you know, from a sit back, and everything would be fine. And she got encouraged, and I got encouraged because I poured into her, she poured back into me, and it was just a beautiful conversation. So I want you to know that this too shall pass. We've been do it for night, but joy comes in the morning. And in Ephesians chapter 3, verse 4, for 1 and 4, it says, to everything there's a season and a time to plant, a time to heal, a time to break down, and a time to build up. So I don't know where you at right now. You may be broken, you may be up, you may be down, but that's okay, because God's going to stabilize you and get you to where you need to be. This simply means, this scripture that we're talking about, that there is a set time for you and me to be broken. It's a set time for some of us to stop being bitter and angry because things did not go away our way. You know, we don't see the purpose in the breaking, and most of us don't. I know sometimes I don't understand why I've been broken. Lord, what did I do to, you know, to deserve this? But unfortunately, God must have seen something in me that he needed to break me to the point that I had to change my behavior, change my life, and start over. So we don't like the breaking, but God will break us. God is good all the time, and all the time God is good. There is hope because we have God, and there is peace. There is joy unspeakable and full of glory. Everything can be used. Sometimes you may think that I can't be used. You don't know what I did. You don't know how bad it was. You don't know who knows about it. Well, it really doesn't care. Once you go to God and you ask him to forgive you, he will forgive you. So although it may not be usable to you, it's in the capable hands of God. Your life is. No matter how broken it is, God can put you back together again. But it's up to us to allow him to heal our brokenness. He got to heal our brokenness because we got that unforgiveness spirit. And that's what we're talking about tonight as well. God wants us to forgive those that trespass against us, forgive those that hurt us. You know, that spirit that we got, that bad spirit of that brokenness spirit sometimes can cause bitterness. And then you get so angry because you don't want to forgive those that have hurt you because everything is going crazy in your life. No, get over that bad spirit. You don't want that bad spirit in you, because those spirits are going to cause other spirits to come the way. You know, go back to my other previous broadcast. We talked about that in detail. So we can have more, even when we don't look like we're going to have more. When God chooses to break us and we're in the capable hands of God, he will turn our ugliness into beauty. So we can have a beautiful life with God, a beautiful life that he has given us, and we will be able to move forward. And you know what? The residue of those ashes that were burned in our life, they're terrible. You know, they're a terrible reminder of what we went through. It's a terrible reminder of the things that we did that we no longer like. You know, the debris, the shattered pieces can't be put back together again. Once something is burnt, ashes, right? It's nothing but ashes. You don't see them. You know, they can't come back and you can't sort them back together. You can't put them back together. You can't reassemble them. Sometimes that's our life, the life that we've gone through. We just feel like it's just ashes just everywhere. How can God do anything, you know, after all that I've been through? How can he put me back together when there's nothing but ashes? But I'm here to tell you, dear hearts, he can put you back together again. He can take an exchange from the ashes and make something beautiful out of it. I'm telling you, I know what I'm talking about. He can make something beautiful out of it. He can make it useful. He can make it for his purpose and for his glory. But it's only with the love of God that can happen, that can happen. I'm talking about the agape love. We will learn the secrets of peace and unforgiveness through the agape love. I want to share a story with you that I probably shared with you before if you've been following me. But a lot of people that haven't followed me may not know me. I'm just going to give you a little piece of some of the things that happened to me. Most of the people that have been following me know that my father killed my mother with a single gunshot wound to someone when I was 15 years old. But before he did that, he did some other things to us in the home. And I want to share a story with you. When I was 12 years old, my father lined us up, my brothers and my sisters and my mother, against the wall, and he pointed a sawed-off shotgun with us, all 6 of us. He planned to kill us that day, but I was able to escape, and I ran to a neighbor's house, which happens to be my mother's sister. She screamed and she called the police, and the police talked to her about it, and they went straight to the home to see if he had killed the family. I was scared that day. My heart was racing. I had sweaty hands. I felt dizzy. I just felt like I was just going to pass out. If you've ever had anxiety before, those of you that know about anxiety, you know how the palpitation of your heart feels. You know how you feel like you're going to pass out and you can't even breathe. I felt that way at the age that I was, 15. Later, the police called my aunt, told me that everything was safe. And so I went back home. And there I saw my mom, my sisters, my brothers. They were safe, but they were crying. I sit there and I held my mama as she held all of us to the best of her ability. And we cried and we cried. And I never forgot that. I never forgot what my daddy did to me. Although my daddy didn't take my life physically, he took my life mentally. Mentally, I was an emotional wreck. I spent years hating him. The incident changed me. I was no longer the same. I wasn't that happy-go-lucky girl that I used to be. I was forever stuck at age 15 years old, constantly reliving the trauma that I went through, the lining us up to kill us, the death of my mother, February the 14th. I remember those things. Everything bad that happened to me in my life, I blame my father. My health suffered. I was angry all the time. I was lonely in rooms of people. I turned to substance abuse. I tried to commit suicide just to numb the pain until I saw something greater. I'm here to let you know that unforgiveness kills. You know, I realized that the more I hated him so much, my heart hurt. It wasn't hurting nobody but me. The more I would hate on him and the more I would think about what he did, I did not want to live. I didn't love life. But I got over it. It wasn't an easy process. And surely it wasn't a human process. I had to call on the powers much more greater than myself. And because of that, God healed me. I was spiritually dead at that time. I needed a breath of life. And God did that just for me. He was my knight in shining armor. and he could do it for you. But the secret that he taught me, number one, I couldn't do it by myself. Number three, I couldn't be hating on my daddy for the rest of my life and expected to live and have a victorious life. I couldn't continue to harm myself and to harm others that were around me. That was the secret God gave me, and he showed me how to love the unlovable. He showed me how to love my daddy. I went back and found my daddy, and I reconciled with him. And God healed me, taught me how to love, taught me how to deliver. I'm talking about that agape kind of love, the love of God, that kind of love. It is defined by unconditional selfishness and complete love. That's what God wants us to heal. It's the kind of agape love that will heal you. It has healing power in it. Just think about it. Love can change the course of our lives, but you have to forgive. If you don't forgive, you can't love. Love is not superficial, but it is strong. It's untamed. It's transformable. In other words, it's amazing. Somebody ought to give God praise tonight. I'm excited about what God can do if you just let go and let God. I am the poster girl. I know what it's like to hate. I know what it's like to hurt. I know what it's like to give up and throw in the towel. I know what it's like to cry at night. My pillow is wet. I know what it's like to be depressed 24/7 and had no peace. It was like I was in a tunnel. I couldn't be happy with the things that I used to be happy with. Nothing would make me happy. I know what it's like. But it was by the grace of God and the love of God that he healed me, and he can heal you too. It's this kind of love that we need, that we have to quickly forgive, because loving somebody and forgiving is God's highest law. Let me read you a scripture in Matthew chapter 18, 21 and 22. Then came Peter to him and said, Lord, how often should I forgive my brother? How often shall my brother sin against me and I forgive him? Till 7 times? And Jesus said unto him, I say not unto thee unto 7 times, but unto 70 times 7. Oh my God. Somebody ought to say, Lord, help my unbelief. Well, it's time for breaks, dear hearts. And when we return, we're going to share with you the wisdom tips for the day. Stay tuned and we'll be right back. And please share this episode with somebody, with a friend, somebody you know that needs to hear this. And be sure to, hit like for us. Hit like and subscribe to our YouTube channel. And welcome back. And you're going to get the wisdom tips when you get back here. I'm going to welcome you back. So if you know anybody that wants to hear the rest of this broadcast, please share. I'll talk to you after the commercials. God bless you.
CTR Media Network is now accepting new podcasters to join our growing network that's reaching 350 million global listeners. Have you heard? CTR Media Network offers podcast production, podcast training, distribution, and product placement. Book us for your next event or schedule an interview with CTR Media Network podcasters today. To learn more, go to ctrmedianetwork.com.
Welcome back, dear hearts. I'm so glad you stayed with us. If you're just joining us, we have been discussing how to have wisdom secrets of peace and forgiveness. You don't want to miss it. If you missed it, go back and see the replay. But if you're just joining us, that's exactly what we've been discussing. And you're just in time for the 5 wisdom tips that I have that's going to help you. Amen. Tip number 1, be quick to forgive. Don't be playing around with that now. Because the longer you hold that bitterness in you, you're going to grow up and have a big oak tree of bitterness and unforgiveness. You know, I had to learn that. I had to practice that. Even now, through being a pastor's wife, things that you go through in the church, people don't care nothing about you, really. I wouldn't say all people, but there's a whole lot of them out there that'll really try you to see if you really saved. Hallelujah. So be quick to forgive. If you want to be used by God, be quick to forgive. Tip number 2, accept offense, because we're going to be offended from time to time. There is no way to avoid offenses. And it's a fact, the scripture says that the Lord said to us, Jesus himself said that we were going to be offended. And so you might as well get over it, because you're going to be offended. Go back to watch my other broadcasts. I had broadcast number 1 and episode number 2. Not the episode number 2, but 2 broadcasts, part 1 and part 2. So go back and look at my videos and you'll see those about the offense. It was a powerful 2 sessions that I talked about. A lot of people really enjoyed it, because a lot of times when we get offended, sometimes you can get bitter. So offenses will come. It's going to come your way whether you know it or not. So you might as well gird up your loins and be ready to forgive quickly. Tip number 3, keep a positive attitude. When people offend you, you might have been a long time ago when somebody offended you. You know, could have been when you was a little girl, could have been, you know, in a marriage, a friend, school, whatever, church. It doesn't matter. Keep a positive attitude. So when you hurt, maintain a positive attitude. When you fail, because when you fail to forgive, when you fail to let it go, we are trying to play God, and you're not God. You're trying to punish somebody that did something to you. That'll never work, because you're not God. And you can do something to somebody all day long. You ain't doing nothing but digging a hole, and you're going to get right back in that hole with that person. So don't have no bad attitudes, especially if you're a saint. I really believe that the saints that God got out of here, some of them I got out of here. Y'all going to get mad at me. But I believe he digging a big old hole for all the ones that's pretending like they saved and acting a plumb idiot, running around there and making the church of God look bad. He got a place for you, because you know the word of God. But I'm giving you some wisdom tips tonight. And you can go back and you can repent and ask God to forgive you, and he will. All right. So let's go to the next one. Tip number 4, keep a good conscience. In other words, stand before God with a clear conscience. Don't play with God. That's why I was talking about those you out there that running around like you think don't nobody know it, but God knows. You know everything you're doing. He see everything that you're doing. You got to stand before God with a clear conscience. If you repent and you ask God to forgive you, he will forgive you. But you don't have to, he don't be one you play no games. We ain't got no time for no games. All right. This is the work of the Lord in your life if you're saved. Now, if you're not saved, I'm not talking to you. I'm talking to the ones that know the Bible, know the Lord, been in church a long time, mature. Some of the young folk out there, they love Jesus more than you. So get back on the battlefield, okay? When you are, let me go back over this, because I want to get this really, really clear, because the enemy don't want me to say that. If you are an offended person and you hold on to hurt to the degree that they won't forgive, or to the degree when you won't forgive, you can be sure that God promised us that if we don't, he won't forgive us. So if you don't forgive the wrong of others, God won't forgive the wrong that you have done. People take that and they read over like they don't even believe it. but you keep on doing some things out there and you're not forgiven like you should be. God know how to deal with you. Giving you a warning. Really simple. It's really easy. If you are offended, get over it. Let it go, because you've had some wrongs in your life that God forgave you, right? He's forgiven you for a whole bunch of stuff. All right? So let it go. Tip number 5, take time to heal. Take time to heal. Forgiveness may be hard, but you can find a way to get over it. Yes, I know that forgiveness is not always a natural response, because it's not natural to forgive people that hurt you, because that's how we were wired. But when you got saved, God gave you a new nature. So we got to forgive. But if you don't forgive, I want to tell you in my closing, it's going to be costly in your life. I wouldn't exercise it if I were you, being angry and bitter and having unforgiveness. Let it go. It's too costly. And God is going to be the one that's going to show you what the cost is. Amen. In my conclusion, like I often say, we ain't got no time for tears or fears, because wisdom is the principal thing, and all that getting give the understanding so you can live a victorious life. And remember, join me every Thursday, 7 p.m. Eastern Standard Time on CTR Media Network, Facebook, Spotify, Google Podcasts, and many more other podcasts that I'm on. And remember, again, we ain't got no time for tears or fears. We're too what? Blessed to be stressed. Love you guys. I'll see you next week. Bye-bye.
So I just sent you a text.
Okay. Hello, everybody, and welcome.
Hello.
Hello. Thank you guys for tuning in. We are on Facebook Live today with our final series of pandemic, buying a home during a pandemic.
So welcome to our show, Coffee Conversations with Sandy and Friends.
And so we do want to thank you for tuning in with us.
Welcome to Coffee Conversations with Sandy and Friends, a weekly talking segment with invited guests, best-selling authors, international speakers, coaches, and business leaders. A collective conversation aimed to empower, encourage, inspire all that listen. So welcome to our show, Coffee Conversations with Sandy and Friends.
Thank you all so much for tuning in, and thank you, our audience. You have been so faithful throughout this series of 3 weeks of watching our series of, let me stop sharing my screen here, of buying a home during the pandemic. All of you that know me know that this is a new area for me, but we have made it through. And thanks to our Lord and our Savior for bringing us through a month of, starting our new year. And it was placed on our hearts. So welcome to Buying a Home During a Pandemic. I am Sandy Sanders, the host and founder of Coffee Conversation with Sandy and Friends. And I've been pleasured and pleased to have on our stage, in this series with none other than my guest host,
for the month of January. It has been amazing to have you, Miss Anisha. I'm so glad that you're here. And then you bring on some experts that I am so happy that we have been able to connect. So Miss Anisha Benelli, who is a best-selling international author, as well as a realtor in the Pennsylvania area. And so we're so excited to have her with us. And then she brought on an amazing person as she's bringing us in on the last leg of this series, is none other investor, real estate, known in the Pennsylvania area, Maryland area, Virginia area, and DC area, none other than Miss Quinn McDonald. I want you all to give it up. Hello, my ladies. How are you?
We're doing well.
Blessed and highly favored. How you doing?
How you doing?
I am awesome. I'm doing great. Thank you guys for being with us. Okay, so what I'm going to do is these ladies are I'm going to be on the background, as I've kind of told you, is that this is our area. This is their area of expertise. Mine, I'm going to be moderating, going to be popping in, but I did put out a late post just to the disclaimer. I do want to thank all of those that signed up through Eventbrite. That was amazing. Anisha and Quinn, we got quite a few people last week. And you all please let us know if there was some that did not get to click in. Yeah, what's your feedback on that?
So,
Any ladies, Quinn? Mm-hmm.
Oh,
we actually went ahead and added the link to the actual flyer so that people already had the link. So I did go ahead and post the actual registering link, but in the comments, I did mention that I was going to go ahead and leave the link to join so people could join in virtually with us.
Yeah. So I had some people that was saying that they didn't have the link last week. So yeah, we posted it this week and then we shared it. So I think that things are going better this week.
Awesome. That was our first time doing that, and so we're so pleased. Well, today our panelist will be none other than Mr. Foster, and I don't have, forgive me, David, is that right?
Yes.
Do I have the first name?
Foster.
Okay, Mr. David Foster will be our expert panelist that we will be having today. Listen, this is the area of expertise. These individuals, they will be sharing with you. Again, just to recap, what we were looking at is that buying a home during the pandemic, many people, what we began to see is that many people had began to put their dreams on the shelf, thinking that they could not purchase a home, that they were not able to, that it wasn't possible because of going into people's other people, people that were selling their homes, maybe of contracting COVID, things to that nature, or just, and things became to a screeching halt. So over these past 3 weeks, we have come to know that yes, it is possible. It is definitely possible. So we come to encourage you. We come to provide you with some ABC information of what it will take for you to get that dream off of the mantle, dust it off. Yes, you can become a home buyer even during a pandemic. You can invest in real estate even during a pandemic. You can even sell your home even during a pandemic. And so these realtors, these individuals that are, we had construction experts on with us last week, people who do inspections and things to that nature, they were with us. And so we're here now on the final day. We're going to recap. I'm going to step back, but I do want you to know is that because of the pandemic, I want to bring, Coffee Conversation is all about serving. Okay. And dear friend of mine here on not on the coast, but in North Mississippi, Pastor Henry Doris. And what he's a minister and a friend of his, a family of about 6 children, a wife, newborn baby, had contracted COVID. And we just, was really thinking it's devastating. And so he started a GoFund. I jumped in it, was really heartfelt led that this is something that we really needed to do. So we're going to be bringing him on sometime during the series. He's going to be sharing the testimony. I'm going to leave it him because there's something that you all want to hear. And so the challenge is that we're going to let you know about the GoFund. And I'm challenging everyone that loves coffee. Hey, I do. And a cup of coffee is about what? Maybe $2, maybe $1, $2.50 if you go to Starbucks, maybe some of the other specialties. Well, listen, the challenge is what would it cost you a cup of coffee a day for 1 week? And that is what our challenge is to pledge. Okay. And that comes out to maybe about $8, $10 okay, and to help this family, if just for gas bill, food, anything like that, that's the monies are going toward them. So we'll talk about that. We'll put it in the feed. I'm going to get on Facebook. Ladies, Tanisha and Quinn, I'm going to leave it on to you. We're going to bring Mr. Foster on. And those that registered, I do want to recognize there's a gentleman, and y'all forgive me, I need to put my glasses on, but the gentleman that's in front of us with his telephone number 601-319-0208, I believe that is our person. Oh my goodness. That is the gentleman who we're talking about. Yes. And the Lord has sent him home, you all. He is healed. He was in ICU. And we're going to be bringing on, yes, there he is, Minister Henry Dorsey. So we're going to be bringing them on shortly. We don't want to keep the man to God. And while I'm getting on the background, ladies and Mr. Foster, would you mind if we go ahead and do a quick interview with them, and then we'll bring you on, sir?
Absolutely.
Absolutely. Minister Henry, how are you, sir? You got your plug on?
I am well. I am well. Can you hear me?
I can hear you. Yes. Yes, we can hear you.
All right, let me change my name. I got it under my business stuff over here. Let me get my real name on here.
Okay. All right. All right. Well, listen, while we're doing that, thank you so much. And for taking time to come on. We're just going to step away and let you guys speak. I want to ask a couple of questions, and then I want you to share the testimony and exactly what can we do to be a blessing to this family.
All right. Do you want me to start now?
Absolutely. Go ahead, introduce yourself, and let us know about our amazing person that the Lord has blessed us to see.
Evangelist Sanders. You know, there are just sometimes in life where, you don't know just how much you touch somebody just by reaching out, and you did just that. When the news came that Brother Jerry Merrill, had contracted the virus, my heart went out because I know the type of person that he is. He's very much misunderstood, but he's such a wonderful, wonderful person. But that's not the reason in totality why we were so interested in raising money for his family. Some of us have no idea what happens if you are self-employed and something were to happen to you and you have a spouse and little children. In his case, he has a 3-year-old in particular that if in fact he's not able to bring in bread or food or paying the light bill, whatever it is, his family is totally devastated.
Mm-hmm.
Compounded with the fact that his wife had to be quarantined. Well, she had to be quarantined, so that meant that she could not get out to make any revenue or any kind of ways to help the family.
Mm-hmm.
So that meant that they were in a real serious situation. Culminating with the fact that she had never experienced her husband being this sick before. So now you got all these thoughts going through your mind. What happens if he doesn't make it? What do we do now? What happens if he makes it, but he's really sick and I can't take care of him?
Yes.
And as I began to think about Mr. Merrill and everything that he was going through, I thought about my own life. I have a 3-year-old. Would anybody stand strong for me?
Mm-hmm. Okay.
What would happen if my wife had to totally depend upon the system, or it could not work, or whatever? So it did something different to me, even though I understood sowing. I understood seed time and harvest. I understood all of that. But sometimes in life, that thing never becomes real to you.
Yes, sir.
Sometimes you need someone close to you in order for it to be real to you. So I got an opportunity to take a look at our brother John at 1 John 3:18, where he admonished us as children. And he says, let us not love with words or speech, but with actions and in truth. And that's the new international version. But the reality of it is, it's so easy to share a Facebook to say, I'm praying for you. It's so easy to say, get well soon.
Right.
But who's going to stand strong when we're in the middle of a situation? So I called the mother. Well, I called the minister, the pastor who married the two. I called him first, because when the idea hit, when the Lord dropped the idea, I called his pastor, and his pastor told me to call his wife. I called his wife because I was on fire. And I said, we've got to do something. Because if he comes home and that light is off or that water is off, what in the world are they going to do?
Yes.
So some people are looking at him as this ex-state trooper, this law enforcement guy, this guy everybody sees as a strong physical individual, but they're not thinking of the fact he has a 3-year-old. And if you ever see the 3-year-old, she'll take your heart. She will take your heart. Oh God, she will take your heart. And so the reality of it is that I look beyond that getting well. What do you do when you get well and you don't have enough to take care of your business? He drives trucks now for a living.
Okay.
So even if he did get out, he has to do heavy lifting.
Okay.
So how is he going to be able to do all of that?
How is he going to be able to do? Well, and so that's what we see, the heart. And that's what Coffee Conversation is all about. We are spirit led, and our hearts are open to be able to help others. That's why we're having this platform. That's why this platform is ending, because it is our desire to just put it out there that individuals that are affected by a pandemic, that the possibilities are still there for you to be a homeowner. What we would like to do is we made some room for you. The gentleman, the surprise is, can you share it with us of what God did, the miracle? And just a few days ago, he was in ICU. And look, we're finding this gentleman in his home now.
I can definitely do that. When it all happened, he stopped by my house last Friday night. And Saturday morning, he was in the hospital, rushed into the ICU.
Wow.
This last week. Prayers bombarded the heavens.
Yes.
Warriors began to pray. Folks began to come together. And lo and behold, Evangelist Sanders reached out to me. Well, I actually think that when it went from ICU to a man had 100% oxygen, meaning that he had to be totally dependent upon some machine to breathe for him. This is 5 days ago. So you go from not knowing if he's going to survive to today, right before this call, the doctor sent him home.
The doctor sends him home. I'm telling you, you and I, we went into prayer. We went into prayer that night doing texting. We were texting and praying. And we take no credit. It is the Lord who did it. He just heard our prayer. Listen, what I want to do is give us the GoFund. We're going to put that in the feed. I'm doing some moderating behind. We just wanted to just say, God bless you. You are an example. This video, I am recording it. It is on live. So can you quickly share with us how they can go to your Facebook page? Is that where they will find the GoFundMe? I have it on my page as well.
I think it'll be more fitting to go to your page, Sanders. And one of the things that we've decided to do is that we've this birthed an idea whereby we have a T-shirt that's coming out.
Okay.
And we're going to offer that shirt, and that shirt actually says, in essence, love indeed by showing love with deeds. And it's an actual shirt with 1 John 3:18 on it as a reference. And we're going to use that shirt as a way of giving back and also giving a bit of inspiration. When Jerry sees someone wearing that shirt, he'll know that person believed in him. Now, what it also birthed is when we're done here with him, we're going to go forward in raising money to someone else that may need it, right? Right. So, and today, the Lord placed on my heart that in this particular, what we're going to do with this right now, 10% of that, we're going to sow into the ministry of Sandy Sanders, right? We're going to sow 10%. We're going to sow the 10% into her ministry. And she didn't know that that was going to happen, but the Lord placed it heavy that we needed to tithe into her, right? So we're gonna support him, but we're gonna tithe into her. How about that? All right.
I am so humble. Listen, we've got a team of people. Listen, Quinn and Anisha, y'all get ready. It's time for us to put some stuff together because we got people with homes that, so listen, but we're humble. God would even think of us. And I'm telling you, the gentleman, and I pulled it up and you called him by name. And what is it, Jerry?
Jerry Merrill.
Mr. Merrill, man of God, we're just, and you know, I work for a truck company. That is I'm a finance director of a semi truck dealership. And so look at this. This is just God. Yeah. So, but we are cheering you on. We're excited. These people, let me tell you, they're from Philadelphia, Pennsylvania. That's where this crew of individuals that are on here, other than Miss McDonald, she is in the Maryland, Pennsylvania, Maryland, Virginia area, but people are going to hear your story all the way in Philadelphia. And it is the challenge from Coffee Conversation is that we will sow 1 week's cup of coffee, and this will continue on until the Lord tells us that we're supposed to stop. Okay, so listen, I'm gonna let you go. We want you to rest because you just got out of the hospital, but we say glory, hallelujah, thank you, Jesus, and he is worthy to be praised. Look at this, a few nights, I'm telling you. So we celebrate you. Minister Doris, thank you so much. He's got the thumbs up. You better go ahead, man of God. We are so delighted, and we will be getting an address or something because from the realtors or what real estate investors and stuff, we're going to get together. We've got some work to do. Okay, so God bless you. Those of you that are listening to us live, yes, we have just listened and saw and witnessed what the hand of God can do for you. Minister Doris is up in the North Mississippi area, and many of you that know him out of the state of Mississippi and beyond has had the heart of God, and yes, put a mission out there. So he will be sharing more about the t-shirt and what I am commissioned to do. The Lord here is just putting on my heart that we're going to bombard GoFund, okay? And we're going to get the word out. I don't care if it's 2 cups of coffee, 1 cup of coffee, a whole month, a big bag that you can donate the price of a big bag that you go in Walmart and you say, oh, wait a minute, I'm going to put it out in the atmosphere. I'm supposed to be going to GoFund, and when I would pay for a bag, yeah, I like popcorn, obviously, a cup of coffee or a bag of coffee, I'm going to sow it for this man so he does not have to be concerned about the lights remaining on or food for his baby, food for his wife. Listen, we're just humbled and glad to be a part of the mission. Excuse me. All right, so thank you very much. Get some rest, sir. We'll be back in touch with you and your family. You're saying something to us?
Thank you so much. Thank you, Mr. Henry. Welcome,
sir.
I didn't realize that it meant so much to have friends to be there for you when you're in time of need. Me not knowing, being able to breathe on my own. And like you said, Saturday night or Friday night, I think it was, we was talking. And Saturday, I'm in the hospital on an oxygen machine, just trying to get another preacher say, Lord, help me. And I'm thinking about my babies and my wife. And I'm like, Lord, I thank you. I thank you for letting me meet Mr. Henry 10 and a half years ago when I was a trooper. And people, like he said, not knowing the real story, but from that day forward to now, man, me and Mr. Henry been very close. And I want to thank you so much, Mr. Henry, for helping and let my wife feel as though she wasn't alone. When I was down and I couldn't talk, couldn't function. You know, she made her feel real We're especially known that she wasn't the same by herself. And thank you, sir.
God bless you.
Thank you, Lord.
Bless
And thank you for all that y'all have said and all your prayers, wishes. Man, I'm so grateful to know and realize how much it is or what it means for just to have a little oxygen in your lungs, man. It makes a world of difference. Like the more I was trying to say, Lord, the tighter my lungs were getting, and I'm talking about I felt like I was close. And they kept telling me, just breathe, Shmurry, you gotta breathe. And your mind trying to tell you to breathe. But the more your mind tell you to breathe, and the more the shortness of your breath. It was very scary. It was very scary. So again, I say thank y'all. And I'm getting out of breath, but
Yeah.
I thank y'all for all you're doing.
Yes, sir.
My family
Yes.
greatly appreciate it.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Absolutely. You're so welcome. That's what they say. Am I my brother's keeper? Am I my sister's keeper? And so we're just so humbled and grateful to be a part of it and seeing what the hand of God will do. Listen, we're going to let you go and you get some rest, sir. We'll keep post on knowing your progress and we'll continue to pray your strength. Minister Henry, I'll be in touch with you. Okay, sir?
Yes, yes. Bless you.
Bless
Thank you all.
you. Thank
Thank
you.
you. All right. Bye-bye.
You are so welcome. At this time, we are going to turn it over to our co-host, none other than Miss Anisha Bonelli and Mr. Quinn McDonald. Miss Quinn McDonald, excuse me, because I was about to say Mr. Foster. All of that was blending in together. Our panelist of buying a home during a pandemic. And so we are seeing the benefits. And ladies, I'm going to let you take over and I'm going to be doing some moderating. Bless you and you guys have a great show. I'll be back toward the end. Okay.
All right. Thank you so
Absolutely.
much.
Well, thank you for that wonderful introduction. And wow, what a powerful way to begin any segment. Definitely, if you guys, as Miss Sandy said, if you can go ahead and just sow that seed for this gentleman and his family and his recovery, please do so. As she mentioned, the GoFundMe link will be inside of the comments. Please, please, please go ahead and support this gentleman. Want to go ahead and had to wipe my little tears away. Gotta get back on track here. So
right. Well, we're in a pandemic, so it makes sense. It's relevant.
Absolutely.
Right.
We are continuing our last day of our 3-week series. The first week we actually talked about a traditional home buy. So yes, can you purchase during a pandemic? Absolutely. The mortgage rates are at an all-time low. Some lenders are saying the lowest they have ever seen. So if you are looking to buy, definitely do so. Last week was the segment on investing, as well as vetting out good contractors. And now today, we actually have both Mr. Foster and Ms. McDonald, who both have experience with foreclosures. I'm gonna go ahead and I'm gonna introduce Ms. Quinn herself, and then I'm gonna allow her to take it over from here. I'm kind of multitasking, guys, so please bear with me, but I called in my reinforcements, Ms. McDonald, so she got my back. All right, appreciate you, girl. Quinn is a realtor and a business natural. Inspired by her family's real estate business, Quinn obtained her first real estate license and launched her career over 15 years ago. Immediately after launching her real estate business, she began listing and selling real estate by providing strategic services to clients. Quinn is a graduate of Penn University, where she has received a Bachelor's of Science in Human Development and Family Studies and a Master's in Business Administration. Her experience, negotiation skills, and specialized knowledge of real estate, human resources, individuals, families, and business empowers her to successfully achieve and surpass their real estate business goals. Just be mindful that Ms. McDonald, she is not only licensed in PA, but as well as Maryland, DC, and VA, as well as myself. I'm actually licensed in Pennsylvania as well. So it doesn't matter which one of us you decide to reach out to, she can probably represent the buyer and I got the seller for. All right, I welcome you. Welcome you on, Ms. McDonald. I'm gonna allow you to go ahead and take the lead.
Well, thank you so much. I'm excited to be here. I love real estate. So anybody that know me know that I love talking about real estate. So it's just an honor to be here. So I'm really excited about that. So thank you so, so much. And so David, I want to welcome you to the show. And I want to go ahead and give a little bit of information about David before we get started with our conversation. Okay, so David Foster, since 2006, David Foster has guided buyers, sellers, and investors across the host of transactions in the Delaware Valley. Representing Integrity Real Estate of Philadelphia, David is both a native of the city and licensed realtor in the states of Pennsylvania and Delaware. From a young age, David realized real estate was his calling and has spent many years honoring and honing in on his craft as a full-time agent. That's so cool. I love other agents. All right. And let's see here. Okay, over time, David has honored and honed in incredible tenacity, patience, and negotiation skills in order to get a deal done. Complemented by his interest in computer science, marketing, and videography, David's experience, track record, and marketing has allowed David to become an adept in managing short sales. He's become adept at managing short sales as well as foreclosure and distress transactions. So those are the toughest transactions. So I commend you for that, David. And then David has represented both buyers and sellers in such transactions, which requires high amounts of experience, sensitivity, and market knowledge. Whether you are a seller or who may be in need of selling your home or in such circumstances or an area of interested buyers, David can service you in those areas as well. Welcome, David.
Welcome. Hello, everyone.
Well, welcome to the show. So David, why don't you just give us maybe a little bit more insight into your background and, what draws you to the foreclosure short sale realm?
When I first got into the business, I was new. I really did not know what I was doing. A friend of mine wanted to sell their property. It was a short sale. And I just jumped head in. I was able to save the house for foreclosure and sell the property. And not only that, help them with relocation funds so they can move on to their next property and take care of their credit by selling the property.
Okay. So you work in both realms, right? You work in the short sale, which is before it gets to foreclosure, and you also work in the foreclosure realm, correct?
I work in short sales, REOs, bank-owned foreclosures. I tell people I work in the whole spectrum of it. If you buy a house, you don't pay it. I've had to eject people and sell a house for the bank and then get a new buyer in there, just one whole circle.
Okay, so let's start out because some of our audience members may not be familiar with the difference between a short sale and a foreclosure. I know I work with people and they're just like, oh, what's the difference? And you have to explain it out. So I think it's really helpful to define, like, what is a short sale? What does that mean? And then what is a foreclosure and what does that mean in terms of the process?
Okay, let's start with the short sale. The short sale is what's called a pre-foreclosure. You as the owner, you still own the property. You may be 3, 6, 9 months. I have 5 years people haven't paid a mortgage where they finally said, we're ready to sell our home. Well, you have to list a property with a realtor, me, you, or Anisha. And then once you list it and we get an offer, we have to send that offer to the bank, which is called a third party, who make the decision if they're going to accept this offer or they're going to counter offer. And basically you're selling the house for less than what you owe. So let's say if you have a mortgage of $200,000 and the house sells for $150,000, the bank is willing to sell that property to get the debt cleared off and then actually write off the $50,000 debt and let you out of the lien.
Okay, so that's the short sale.
Yes.
And then
so
where do we get to the foreclosure part?
The foreclosed properties, which is called a REO property, real estate owned by the bank. So I have a few accounts with REOs and they basically buy in bulk. I'll get a list of 10 properties. We just purchased these 10 properties. We need to do CMAs, which is comparables, what we're going to list the property for. I need to go look at the property. I need to go secure the property, get pictures taken, get it marketed, get it on the market. So you're not dealing with a seller, you're dealing with a bank. Usually with a bank, they're not trying to do any seller assist. They're selling the property as is. There are no repairs. So if you wanted to use a traditional FHA mortgage for a foreclosed property, 9 times out of 10 is not going to go unless you go with a 203K rehab loan where you can bundle in. We're going to put a new kitchen, new bathroom, and it all fits into your mortgage to purchase the home and repair it.
Right. Okay. Yeah. So I've actually worked with the 203K loans. And so a lot of time I'm working with buyers and, they're trying to find a way to get into a home that's at a good price. And, we all know that right now the interest rates are at rocket lows, right? So if you can buy something, it's like the best time. And
Yes.
so I've had clients where they want their mortgage payment to be at a certain point, but they want to get into an area where it costs pretty high, amount to get in. So, foreclosure has been sometimes like one of the suggestions. And like you said, the 203K is a good idea. And so let's talk a little bit about the 203K because that's like jargon, right, for us realtors. But a regular person who, doesn't really work in the real estate realm, they might be like, what's a 203K? So it's a rehab loan, but I'll let you explain a little bit more so we can just dialogue about that a little bit, just to tell like our customers here and clients possibly, what can they do? Like, how does this work for them? How does this make sense for the average buyer?
So for a 203K loan, let's say you find a house that's 50,000 and it's in a neighborhood where a comp may be, I don't know, say 150,000. So you're going to pay 50,000 for the property, and you at least want to put 50,000 into the house to fix it up. It may be a new kitchen and a bathroom. So with this, they're going to make sure that the after repair value is above around the 150, because you have to make sure that the numbers make sense. They're not going to give you way more money to fix up to the house if it's not worth. And especially they're dealing with FHA, you're going to have FHA appraisal. If it does not appraise for FHA, you will not be able to buy it, and that appraisal will stick with the house for 6 months.
Right.
So basically, you find a house in a neighborhood that needs work. You can say, I want to get a 203K loan. I'm going to pay 50,000 to buy the house, and I'm going to put 50,000 into the house to fix it up. Now, there are some caveats to it. You cannot get your uncle to just fix it up. They have to be a 203K certified contractor. You have to have a 203K consultant, and their draws to get it fixed up. And the other, I would say, a con is you're not going to move into it right away because you still have to fix the house up.
Right, exactly. So when dealing with a rehab loan, so a good candidate would be probably someone who would be a person that want to design their own home, right? So they get to put their own finishing touches on a current home. And maybe someone who has time to allow the rehab to take place after they've actually bought the home. Could you talk a little bit about what is FHA? Because people, we talk about that. What's FHA?
FHA
the
is
current
a government-backed mortgage where you only have to put 3.5% down, which is really, really good if you can get a 2.5% interest rate. And with the FHA,
what now? Like the sales price,
no,
right?
3.5% of the sell price, which is your down payment. And a lot of people think, wow, that's all I need. No, that's your down payment. You still have closing costs that you have to pay. And if you're working with a good realtor, they can help you to find grants or some type of program that can help you with the down payment and the 3.5%, which would get you into the house for probably cheaper than what you would rent a property for.
Right, absolutely. So I'm just kind of bringing it back to some of the basics. I know we're talking about foreclosures, which is a little bit more of a complex, buying strategy. So I want to make sure that we're covering all the bases. So when we say closing costs, because some of our audience members are new, they haven't been here, talking about closing costs. They may have never heard of it, or they may have heard of it and are kind of like, what are closing costs? So what's a good way to explain to someone brand new looking to buy a house, what are closing costs?
I always like to separate it. 3.5% down is your down payment the down payment part of the mortgage. Okay. Right. But now you have closing costs, which can be transfer tax. In the city of Philadelphia, it's 4.12. So you have to pay 2.14 of your transfer tax of the sale price. What else is included? Title insurance. You always want to get title insurance. Title insurance is your insurance against buying a property. So you're purchasing this property for $50,000, you're going to have title insurance up to $150,000 because that's going to be the whole thing. So if there are any judgments or liens that may come back, you're going to be protected because you paid for title insurance for the property.
Right, absolutely. And then there's appraisal costs. So the bank typically sends an appraiser out to make sure that the price of the house is consistent with the market. There's going to be a credit that they charge a credit, checking your credit and those kind of things. And then there's a series of other costs that your realtor can go into. But we just want to give you an idea of when we say closing costs, what are we talking about? There's a cost to purchasing a home. And so that's what we're talking about. And so closing costs, we got the down payment. Okay, so we're good there. And then if we do the 203K, which is a rehab loan under the FHA, which is what we explained out, that's a program. So just recapping, that you can use to borrow money for some of your rehab costs that you might want to do. So you might have a kitchen where you're like, ooh, I don't like this kitchen, or you don't like the bathroom, and you want to design the bathroom. So you can maybe get the house for a lower price, and then you can go ahead and finance the cost of those repairs that you want to do. So it's a complex strategy, but it's not too hard when you have the right realtor, right?
Absolutely, that's the key.
Right, exactly. So we're coupling things. Okay, so what are some of the challenges that you face when helping clients to do short sales on the seller side versus the buyer side? Like, what are the challenges that you've run into?
I think the hugest challenge is having a conversation. It's kind of embarrassing to have to sit down and let someone know that I haven't paid my mortgage for the last 3, 6, 9 months. But what I always try to tell people is that having a conversation is one, for hiring a professional to help you get past this, because it's not the end of the world. You're not going to die. You just have to get over this hurdle in life that, is a pandemic. I have a lot of people who come to me saying, hey, how can I help? My first line of defense is always, okay, do you want to save your house? Let's try to save it. Are there any programs available to help you? I always tell the first line of defense is, do not hide from the bank. Call the bank, have a conversation. If you lost your job, tell the bank. When will you get unemployment? When can you get another check? Communicate with them. Because what I find is the bank don't want to sell your house. They want you to stay in it because they're in the business of making money, not owning real estate, which is a huge misconception, is they want to take my house. No, they do not want your house. They want money more than your house. So the first line of defense is call the bank. Once you call the bank, then we can say, let's go to the second stage, would be what local programs are available in your city, state, wherever you live at, that can help you save your house and keep you and your family in the house. Right. And then third is, okay, I can't do this anymore. I don't want to do it anymore. I want to sell it. And then that's when I can step in and facilitate the transaction.
Right. Yeah. So as realtors, we are consultants, right? We're here to help solve issues and problems and also help people to reach their goals. So what I'm hearing you say is, if you're a seller and you're in trouble with your mortgage, the biggest thing you can do is to reach out and communicate. So that's a nice tip there. So if you're a seller right now, and you could be going through this right now, right? We're in a pandemic. It's a little hard. You could have lost your job, and you're trying to figure out, what do you do, right? You're getting messages, you're getting calls, you don't know what to do. So the first thing to do is to call the bank to communicate. Let them know what's going on, and most likely they're going to try to work with you. Now let's just say that you're at a place where you haven't made payments, and now you don't know what to do. You can reach out to a realtor like David, myself, Anisha, and get some consultation so we can help you out, because we know some avenues you might be able to take to save your home. So the goal of a realtor is not to come in and try to sell your house. It's not the first thing we're trying to do. We're trying to solve and help you to solve your problem. So whatever that problem is, right? And so let's say, like David said, we go beyond that, and we're at a place where, you, like David said, you don't want to do it anymore, you can't do it anymore, and you need to get out. So now, as a realtor, David will come in, I would come in, and Nisha will come in, and we would, try to strategize on, okay, what are our next steps? And so, David, if you were talking to a client, and let's just say they're at that place where they're like, hey, I don't want this house anymore. What are the next steps that, like, a person that's a seller can do? And then as a buyer, from the buyer side, what's your take on I'm coming to steal someone's home, because a lot of times you hear that. I've talked to people in the industry and or just people in general, and they're like, oh, it's not a good thing. You're just kind of like taking somebody's house. What are your thoughts on that?
Well, I don't look at it as taking someone's house, as actually taking care of your business at the time so you can move forward. So for example, if I have a client to say, you know what, I want to sell my house, I'm going to explain to them the whole process. Okay, we're going to list your house for sale. I'm going to put it up on the market. Once we get an offer, then I'm going to take that offer, which if you want to sign it is your option, because you have the say so before I even show it to the bank. Once we get an offer signed, then I have to take it to the bank. The bank is going to do what's called an appraisal. They're going to appraise your house in an as-is condition and see what we can sell it for. So once they come back and they give us that number, I can go back to Mr. Buyer and say, hey, they're not going to accept your offer for 70. They want 100,000. Are you willing to move forward? The buyer can say, no, I don't want to move forward. And then I know what the price the bank wants and what we're going to clear up. And one of the good things that I can say about short sales is, when I usually deal with short sales, you have the mortgage. In Philadelphia, you have a gas bill that's liened, you have a water bill that's liened, and it all has to be paid. I've had it where I had to pay a American Express bill in order to clear the sale to make it go forward. So think about it this way. You're getting rid of the biggest debt you ever had. You're getting your gas bill paid, your water bill, and a credit card bill that was liened against the property, all cleared up. And you putting it behind you, and then you can move forward to say, okay, I got a reset. I got all of that debt paid off. Now I'm going to move forward. I'm going to make sure I pay all of my bills on time, and I'm going to work back so I can get me a house that I can keep.
Right, absolutely. Okay, so now flipping from the seller side, because when we talk about buying, we have to also consider sellers, because sometimes a seller is a buyer, right? So we're talking both sides of the market. Okay, now let's flip to the buyer side. So I'm a buyer. I've heard foreclosures are cool deal. What are the pros of me looking for a foreclosure versus a regular house? I mean, what can I get out of that?
So the pro is you can probably buy a property for under market value. I'll give you an example. I just had a property that was worth $250,000.
Okay.
It was a short sale. I facilitated the whole deal. I had a buyer call me and say, hey, I'm interested in buying your short sale. I explained to him everything that was going on. This was a tough one because it was an estate. Not only wasn't it a estate, it was, let's just say it was squatters in the house, okay?
Okay.
So it was an estate with squatters. So I explained to him the process. He said, I never did a short sale, but the way you explained to it, you seem very knowledgeable. I want to move forward. We moved forward with the property. It was a cash deal. He said the reason why I came to you because I was going to purchase a house around the corner that was $275, $250, but I kept looking at your listing. I said, okay. I explained to him what we need to do. Everything went through. He purchased the property. Now, how many people do you know that's paying $190,000 cash for a house that have squatters in it?
Right. Yeah, I understand.
You don't have many, do you?
Right.
Okay. So part of the thing that I always try to do when I'm working with representing a seller is I try to facilitate and help the buyer, because 9 times out of 10, the other side not really well versed.
Right.
So I said, you're going to have an issue. The issue is there's a squatter in there. I didn't already facilitate it with a real estate attorney, the whole process. They have the names, they have everything. So I'm going to give you the attorney number so you can speak to the attorney and they can assist you once you purchase the property. He called the attorney, they had a conversation. He said, you put this whole deal together and I'm going to move forward. He was able to purchase the house that was worth $250,000 for $190,000. But not only that, he already had the attorney in place that's already working on the ejection for the squatters that's in the property.
Right. Yeah, exactly. So one of the major benefits of purchasing a foreclosure, based on what we're talking about, everybody, is that you can possibly get a home that's below market value. And that means that you have equity in the home. So it makes it an investment for you. So you can maybe take that money and maybe spend it on another investment or do something else with it. So one of the positive things is about, foreclosures would be to find something that's below the market. So we just want to make sure that, as we're talking through, we're giving you some good nuggets and tips, and that we're making sure that you're walking away with something that you can, like use and actually think about, like, hey, okay, well, maybe foreclosure is for me. It's not for everybody, but we want to make sure that you know what it's for. So David, Nisha had a question for you. Go ahead, Anisha.
Well, now I got a couple.
Oh, go ahead, girl.
The very first one, you briefly touched on about FHA and how it may be an option as long as it's partnered with the 2OK rehab loan. Now, is there any other form of loans that could qualify a potential buyer for a bank-owned property?
All of them, I believe. FHA, conventional, USDA, VA. It just, I would say, it's case by case, because sometimes is a time constraint.
Right.
Sometimes the bank don't want to deal with that you're getting a mortgage. But okay, I'll give you a perfect example. If you wanted to buy a house with an FHA mortgage, and let's say it was 100,000, and it had a gas bill, water bill, and a credit card bill, I can tell you right off the front, if you don't have the upfront cash to pay for the gas, the water, and the credit card bill, the mortgage is not going to allow you to pay that stuff off to buy the house. So that's one caveat right there that can really deter people from buying a short sale with an FHA mortgage. Usually, I try to explain to people, if you don't have the money up front to take care repairs, to pay off liens and judgments, I would try to stay away from that, especially if you're a first-time home buyer and you're using grant programs to get into a home. That's not going to cover the liens and judgments that need to be paid off in order for you to buy it.
Gotcha. Now, I also wanted to briefly touch on kind of both sides of the spectrum. If I'm going to put myself in a buyer standpoint, if I was a buyer and say I didn't know a realtor, how would I go about either finding a realtor or finding that bank-owned real estate property to go ahead and get that ball rolling?
Few places you can look. On the MLS, you can look up realtors.com. I believe it have a tab where you can select short sales. That's one way. If you're looking for foreclosure, a good website is HUD Home Store. One second, I'll tell you. HUDHomestore.com. And another one is
So I'm going to say they should just call one of us and we'll direct them to where they need to go.
Yeah.
That's the best stop shop, call one of us.
HomePath was the other website.
Yeah, I heard HomePath is a good one. So you can check
And
around there, but when you need somebody, give us a call.
Absolutely. And then on the flip side of that coin, of all of us being realtors, how did you go about making these connections? Did you go to a particular bank to find out about these bank-owned properties? Did you door knock? Like, how did you get these clients reeled in?
For me personally, when I started doing short sales and I felt comfortable and more proficient, I actually started advertising myself. And I would say that one flyer that I probably paid maybe $30 to $60 for, I done made a couple thousand off of it. And the reason why I always tell people is because the average person has no clue what a short sale is, because they pay their mortgage every month. They don't have the bank calling them. But that person who missed one payment, two payment, three payment, the bank is calling them. If they're communicating with the bank, I'm willing to tell you that the bank is going to tell you, contact a realtor and probably do a short sale. So that short sale becomes a hot word when you're in that situation. So when you see the advertisement, you're like, oh, okay, I'm going to call him.
Nice. Goodness, it sounds like a nice little business strategy you set up there, sir. I just wanted to open up the floor at this time because I do want to recognize our guests that we do have in our audience. This webinar is actually for you guys. Do you guys have any questions, comments, concerns for either Ms. McDonald or Mr. Foster that you would like to get answered, you could either unmute yourself and ask it directly, or you could go ahead and just put it in the chat, and we'll definitely make sure we touch base on your question.
Hi, how are you? I had a question. I'm sorry, I'm going back a little bit, but I had a question about the title insurance that you guys touched on very briefly. He said this will be part of the closing fees. Is that a certain, like he said, it's a certain percentages. So if there's a lien, if the liens is more than what you pay for the title insurance, are you, because you paid the title insurance, are you just not responsible for it, or would you still have to pay the difference if the title insurance was less than what the liens cost?
So what happens is it's like a simultaneous process. So what they're going to do is they're going to do a title search just to find out if there are any liens on the property.
Oh, okay.
And you're not responsible as a buyer to pay any of the liens. You can decide if you want to pay the liens, but you want to do the title search so you can figure out if there are any liens. And there aren't always liens on a property. I've just closed on a property with a client, and there weren't any liens. We were able to close without, dealing with liens. So it really depends on the specific property and that owner's issue. So they might just be behind on their mortgage and they do not have liens. Or it could be a complex situation where they have a lot of liens and you have to figure it out. But as a buyer, you're not responsible for it. You can choose if you want to move forward after you get the information. So doing the title search is your due diligence. That's what you're doing. You're doing your due diligence in the beginning.
Okay. All right. Thank you so much.
Oh, you're very welcome. Yeah, that was a great question. Title insurance, that's pretty deep.
Please, anyone who's buying a property, I don't care if it's 1,000, 2,000, 3,000, try to get title insurance. I've dealt with so many people that supposedly bought a bunch of properties for really cheap, and when it comes time to sell it, there's a slew of lenient judgments that I need to try to clear up in order to convey the property to the new buyer.
Right, absolutely. So that's just like buying one-on-one. You want to, have title insurance. And if you're working with a realtor that's reputable, they're going to recommend that you're going to get a title search. And so that's just part of your normal buying process. Any other questions? That was a really great one.
I have a question. This is Donna. This is either for Quinn or David. As a first-time home buyer, and say you're going through like the FHA loan process, how does that process work if you're trying to go through like a short sale and purchase a home?
David, did you want to answer that question?
It really depends on the condition of the property. Sometimes I've done short sales where the house was in perfect condition and we can, do the deal. A lot of times, if you think about it, if a person is having financial challenges, if they haven't paid their mortgage and the gas and the water, 9 times out of 10, the house is, not in good condition. So that's where the problem come where, well, let's pass FHA. Will a bank accept it? Do you need seller assist, like the seller helping you buy the property? Time constraints. Do we have to wait for a grant to come through? Things like that. There's a lot of variables that come into play when trying to use the FHA mortgage to buy a short sale. And one of the biggest hurdles is, like I talked about, the liens and judgments. 9 times out of 10, when I do a short sale, there's always some type of liens and judgment that I need to clear. And I will go to the bank and ask them, will you pay the gas bill? Will you pay the water bill? Will you pay this lien? They may say, we'll pay half of it. The other half, the buyer have to pay. Well, that other half that has to be paid is not going to come from you getting a mortgage. It's going to come directly from you paying cash in order to get the deal to close.
Right. And then in the foreclosure, because we got the short sale, that's before foreclosure. And let's just say you say, okay, I don't want to deal with the short sale because maybe you're running into a bunch of liens there. And in the foreclosure process, that's when the bank has already gone through the process of owning the property. So as David said, is real estate owned. So the bank typically do not want to own real estate. That's not their job, right? Their job is to get the interest payments. And so after that, for the most part, you're not really dealing with liens or anything like that. The bank is taking care of those pieces. And then you can work with the bank, with your realtor and the bank to negotiate for the property. And so with 203K loans, which is the rehab loans for the FHA, it's important to know that there are mandatory costs, and then there are like these other costs that you can decide on if you want to do them or not. So mandatory is going to be the HUD. So there's going to be a HUD consultant, as we talked about, and that's the person that's going to come out and say what is mandatory. And then you can decide to put your bells and whistles, and you want like little lighting and all that great stuff. And so as long as you can, get the mandatories included in the pricing, but it has to make sure that the market value, equals or it's more than. So for example, we said 50,000, and then let's say you're going to do like 50,000 repairs. Let's say the house is worth 200,000 after you're done. Then there's enough room in there to actually put your repairs in. And so you want to make sure you get the mandatories done, because that's mandatory, right? You cannot get around it. You might decide to get the mandatories done, and then you can pay out of your pocket later to get the bells and the whistles. So there's a lot of ways to work with your property. So that's important to know. So yeah, there's a lot of variables, like David said. So some people are going to be good candidates for the short sale, which is maybe you have some extra cash and you can afford to pay for some of those liens and a couple of those things. And then or you might be a better candidate for the foreclosure after the bank takes care of all that. And then you work with the bank to just get the property at the price that you can get it at. So there's a lot of options here. It just all depends on you and your current situation and what makes sense about foreclosures or short sales, because there's a little bit of a difference in where you are in the process. Would you agree, David?
Yep, so I absolutely agree. Most of my short sales is purchased by investors,
Right.
or someone who may have a conventional mortgage and have money saved up, where if they have to pay the liens and judgment, they understand and they're willing to move forward with it.
Right, absolutely. So a standard buyer may not do a short sale, or you might. It just depends on how much you have in the bank and if you're willing to go through that process. Or do you want to go through the foreclosure? And like David said, we're negotiating with the bank. So it's not a regular person on the other end. So sometimes there can be a little bit of challenge with negotiating with a bank versus negotiating with a person. But there's pros and cons on both sides, and we can talk about that in a little bit later if you guys want to. So any other questions? I mean, these are great questions.
I want to interject as I'm coming in. Miss Dawn, did we answer yours? I think you had one in the chat. Is there homeowners insurance that covers completely? Have you all discussed that?
No, what was the question?
The question is, okay, Ms. Dawn's question is there homeowners insurance that covers a completely destroyed house, like from a fire or a tornado? I know flood insurance is separate. And then another part of the question is, or do homeowners face a loss even with insurance?
Okay, so David, do you want to talk about a little bit about homeowners insurance and what it typically covers and when it applies? Because it sounds like that's what she's asking.
Yeah, so when it comes to homeowners insurance, what she say, complete?
Dawn.
Okay, yes, from a fire, yes. Tornado, I would actually check with your insurance provider. And also
Right.
when you speak to your insurance provider, ask them, is this the HO1, HO2, or HO3 policy? Also pay attention to your deductible, and flood insurance is very important. If you live in a flood zone and you have a mortgage, they're going to make sure that you have flood insurance, which is very, very expensive.
And I'm glad you mentioned that, because we will have viewers that are here on the coast, and so we are affected by hurricanes and flood areas and flood zones. So I'm glad you pointed that out. We are getting close to wrapping up our time. What I do want to say is that with Dawn and Dyra and Danae Oliver, excuse me, we will send you, I am recording, and you will get a copy of the recording in case I wasn't able to do as much moderating as I would like to, because I couldn't keep up. You all are amazing. So we'll have an opportunity to go back and note. And so we want to provide all of the individuals that registered on Eventbrite. Thank you. You will be getting a copy of today's recording. With just the ABCs, we're very excited. We know that a lot of the things that the experts have shared with our audience is that these are the ABCs in the Philadelphia area. What we wanted to make sure is that whatever we were talking about pretty much can apply across the United States. When it talks about buying and selling, of course, the interest rates, of course, and things like that would vary because of the cost of living. We do understand that. So what these experts have done, these individuals have definitely, they are very knowledgeable in their field. We have realtors. We had Mr. Foster, who is in the foreclosure part of real estate. And so Quinn, as an investor, has a powerful story, and you all definitely want to connect with her and hear more about her story of how she became a real estate investor. And Anisha, of course, is as a realtor and has been in the industry. And now, Anisha, you're embarking into you getting some certification in another area. Could you share with us about that briefly?
Yes. So I actually decided, because I want to get away from my regular job. So I went ahead and I decided to go ahead and fill out for the city's project rebuild program.
Okay.
It was a ton of interviews, but I actually got accepted. So I am now taking courses and actually being paid for it to learn how to be an electrician. So not only can I go ahead and, help you buy or sell your home, now I can help you fix your electrical wiring as well.
I tell you, is what they call that triple threading, and when you're triple thread in the theaters and stuff like that. Listen, I think all of you all are probably triple threats in your area. But we are going to wrap this up. I want to thank Mr. Foster for being our panelist today. How can someone reach out to you, sir?
You can reach me on my website, which is davidfoster215.com. All my information is on there, whether looking to buy, sell, rent, or invest in residential or commercial real estate in Pennsylvania or Delaware.
Okay, so that's davidfoster215.com.
Yes.
I want to put it in our feed on the Facebook page. I want to make sure I get that in there. And Quinn and you all, if you all can put yours in there as well.
Okay, sure, absolutely. I'll put it in the chat.
Okay, great. And we'll make sure we get that in the comments of the Facebook page. So this is Sandy Sanders with Coffee Conversation with Sandy and Friends. This has been an amazing month of January. My co-host, Miss Anisha Benelli, who is, yes, an international she is an international author as well as a realtor, and also now getting certified to become an electrician in the state of Pennsylvania. Then we also have the phenomenal Miss Quinn McDonald, who is in the Maryland, Virginia, DC area. These two ladies they are rock stars for sure in their industry. We also do want to thank Quinn. If you can share tell us who our previous guests have been. Do you remember?
Oh, okay. I know a couple. So we had David Harvey. That was the show that I was on. And then there was Tawanda, which was the female contractor. And I'll let Anisha tell us about the other ones.
Well, yeah. So our very first segment was about a traditional home buy, how you can purchase a home, and how, yes, you can definitely go ahead and purchase a home during a pandemic. We actually went ahead and had on Kiana Montgomery. She is actually a lender in the PA area. And we also had Corin Jackson on. He is a home inspector, world seeked out inspector. The man stays busy. So you definitely have to call if you need a home inspection ahead of time, because he is booked and busy. And so then today, go ahead.
No, go ahead.
I just wanted to thank all three of you. Miss Sandy, for you giving me the platform and even coming to me with the idea and trusting me to put together a real estate series. For that, I truly, truly appreciate you and really, really thank you. This is actually out of my realm, and I'm actually forcing myself to be uncomfortable. So this was something that I wanted to do just because it made me nervous. And then I actually ran into Mr. Foster just by looking at looking at a post that he put within the Brad group about foreclosures. And he actually gave me my last idea, which I needed. Thank you, Mr. Foster, because I needed to be able to cover 3 different topics. And when I reached out to him, he said he would be happy to do it. So I sincerely appreciate you, Mr. Foster, for 1, even considering coming on, and 2, actually coming on and sharing your knowledge, your experience, answering questions for these ladies and men that actually need this help. I'm quite sure even may know somebody that may need the help. And Quinn has just been my backbone, my girl.
Yes,
She
yes,
she she is
indeed.
absolutely amazing. We've hit it off. I actually come to find out I've known her cousin for years prior to even being introduced to her. So she has definitely been very good, a wealth of knowledge. She's also been like my right hand with co-hosting because these past couple weeks I've kind of had to juggle things. So she's been able to step in seamlessly without even seeming like she needed to. So thank you so
Thank you
much.
very much. These ladies have been amazing. And I tell you, if anything, they've had my back. And it's such an amazing opportunity to work with individuals that we can collaborate and you bring your skills and your talents to the table and share it. We do want to thank Mr. Henry Doris for remaining with us from Mississippi. And definitely we do appreciate him coming on. Here is that challenge. Again, we want to put it out there. And I do see another guest that registered and came on. Goodwin, thank you so much for coming and sharing. I will be sending you a copy of the broadcast. You will get that in your email. If you would go ahead and put in the chat, I want to confirm. I'm pretty sure I have it in our coffee conversation email, but Kay Goodwin, if you would be so kind, put your email in our chat so that we can make sure that you receive a copy also of today's broadcast. Again, this is Sandy Sanders. Coffee Conversation, what is it? It is a place to be empowered. It is a place for you to be inspired and to be accountable, to find accountability. And so as we end this series of buying a home during a pandemic, it has definitely proven that yes, you can purchase a home. Yes, you can take your dream off of the shelf and you can look back into being a homeowner or being an investor, or as Mr. Foster has given us, just to be able to get the wheels turning again, possibly to save that home. Okay, so we thank you. Thank you for coming on and listening, and go back, and those of you that may be listening to the replay. Now, as we did say, there is a challenge for all of you that are listening now and listening later. I do want you to go on to GoFundMe, and I did put it in the chat. We do have, let me put it back out there. I don't see it here now, but you will see that we are doing a challenge, a coffee challenge. And what is the coffee challenge? Is that you would help us to raise funds for a family in Mississippi that has been affected by COVID. It was a father who is in his former years was a highway patrolman, and now he is a truck driver, but he was diagnosed with COVID a week ago. He went from a Friday conversation to Saturday being put in ICU. And then here we come 2 hours before we went on broadcast. It was determined, yes, he is now at home, and we're very happy about that. We're excited, we're elated, we're excited. His wife and family, he has a 3-month-old, y'all help me, I was a three-year-old daughter. Then there's some other older children who had to remain in quarantine. And so what is the challenge? Whether it's 1 day of coffee that you spend, but listen, I'm gonna challenge you, take it up a little bit further. We want to, whatever it costs you to pay for 1 week of coffee, whether it's $10, $12, if you go to Starbucks or if you go to McDonald's, okay? Whichever, or you're in Walmart and you want to buy the bag of coffee, okay? We want you to go to the GoFund and pledge, okay? And it is on my page, which is Sandy Sanders, and you'll see it, Sandy Sanders, a coffee conversation with Sandy and friends. Listen, I know that you'll do it. We look forward to your support, and also keep them in prayer. You will see these individuals, Anisha and Quinn, somewhere down the road within the next quarter, because these ladies are on the background and they're experts in their area. We want to bring some more platform of helping you this year. The goal, and it just hit me, Anisha, that we want to find out that someone has actually purchased a home because they listened to this program, okay? You took your dreams off of the shelf. So we want to get some results behind this, okay? We just don't do it for anything. We're pulling for you. We're pushing for you. So until we talk again, this is Sandy Sanders. It has been a pleasure to talk with you. You guys, you know that I love you. And listen, take care, and God bless you.
Thank you.
See
Bye-bye.
you guys later. Bye.
Thank you, Mr. Foster, again. Take care.
Thank you.
All right.
How many times have we thought to ourselves, The impact of social media has gone too far for our children. There is now an international declaration that underscores 3 fundamental legal rights of children regarding the deployment and use of technology. Children's rights to be free from intentionally addictive devices, platforms, and apps, their right to be free from excessive exposure to wireless radiation, and their right to be free from commercial exploitation. The declaration is firm. The harmful effects of excess screen time are well documented in the scientific literature, including mental health disorders, addiction, depression, anxiety, memory loss, increased rates of suicide, loss of sleep, learning disorders, irritability, anger, and other behavioral changes, cyberbullying, and harassment. We need to help our children get their lives back. The existence of the legal rights of children is well recognized, but it's not enforced, especially when those rights conflict with powerful commercial interests. We invite you to join this movement as we raise awareness of these fundamental rights and to encourage governments and agencies around the world to recognize these rights and take protective action. Thank you so much for supporting the International Declaration on the Rights of Children in the Digital Age. This is a joint project of 2 nonprofit organizations, Broadband International Legal Action Network and Americans for Responsible Technology, and an international team of medical, legal, and mental health experts whose contributions are gratefully acknowledged. We will share the link with you, and we encourage you to sign the petition. This issue is too important to go unnoticed. And share with your family and friends, teachers, doctors, whoever you can. It is time we place people over profits, and we cannot sit passively when our children are at risk. You'll see the link below. It's thechildrensdeclaration.org. Thank you so much for your time and attention to this very important matter.
Little did I know that this was slowly bringing me to a point that would ultimately cost me my life.
Hush topics are those topics that people do not want to talk about, that we keep secrets in our family, we keep secrets at work, and things that happen to us like sexual harassment, sexual assault, domestic violence, if you were part of sex trafficking, if you were molested as a child. Those are hush topics that rarely are talked about, but are really affecting our communities, our families, our churches. And so that's what hush topics.
I am a victim of domestic violence,
sexual assault and sexual harassment,
sex trafficking and crimes against women, children, and the elderly,
sexual assault for child sex abuse,
sexual harassment. Every single person on this earth has a story, but not everybody has the courage to speak it.
My name is Alicia Harris,
Sheila Renee Bailey,
Brandy Richard,
Joyce Reed,
Yvonne Pierre,
Keith Phillips,
Ursula Kelly,
Linda Skolnitsky,
Chandra Cleveland.
I am Kathy Butler.
My name is Richard Butler.
Go live. I hope everybody's doing good. Happy Thursday, everybody. Thursday after Thanksgiving. I didn't see you guys last week. It's great seeing you this week. Hope everybody had a wonderful holiday. Remembered all the things that you have to be grateful and thankful for. And as we go into what is going to be our last month of the year, that's hard to believe, December 1st already. But we're there. And hey, we are approaching, like I said, the end of the year and an opportunity to go out powerful and determined to make the next year even better than what we may have seen this year. So, as I promised some months back, I am going to continue to give you some ammunition to have you start the year on fire. That's my goal. And so we're steadily talking about reinvention. And some weeks back, I thought about kind of a recurring theme, recurring things that I have been hearing and seeing and even feeling myself. And this word just kept sticking out to me. And that word is exodus. So many of us need to flee. So many of us need a way out of so many of the things that have been holding us back mentally, physically, emotionally. It's all in mental, just personal development type things that we really need to focus in on. And it has really been a theme that has occurred so often and has really pressed into my spirit so much that it prompted me to launch an entire podcast series that's going to be entitled Exodus. It is time to break free. And I know that seems like a strange theme for the Christmas season, right? Or for the end of the year. But there are so many of us that need to do just that. It's time to break free from some of these strongholds, from some of these things that have been holding us hostage, keeping us in a box, keeping us from thinking outside of the box and knowing some of the things that we can expand on to be greater, to be more powerful, to be healthier, to be better in a better mental place. So for that reason, I decided to launch Exodus, and I'll tell you some more about that in just a second. But tonight, again, we're talking about it's time to break free. And it is. It's time to break free of those things that we talk about so often that truly do hold us back. And all of this that I'm talking about tonight is as we gear up for this Exodus podcast. So first of all, before I go any further, I will say that podcast series is going to happen the week of December 9th. So stay tuned because I have some powerful reinforcement coming in during the first 3 days of that week to really focus in on this Exodus and to help us to break free. Because it's time, y'all. It's time. So there's some things that we have to understand. I'm talking about breaking free. Breaking free of what? And one word comes to mind when I think about that: chains. You know, many of us feel so trapped in life, and we feel trapped in a life that doesn't really feel entirely our own. And I talk about that all the time because we're so focused on perhaps doing things for others or doing just what we need to do to get by, right? Just what we need to survive, whether it may be a job that drains us or relationships that don't fulfill us or, habits that keep us from being our best, that keep us from growing. We all know the feeling of just being stuck. And being stuck is not a pretty place or a pretty feeling or a good thing to feel, right? You know, I can recall so many instances in life where I was just stuck. Yeah, one of them did deal with career and trying to figure out, I know right out of college it was my major is this, but I'm not doing anything in my major. I'm starting to feel my way. And in feeling my way to find the career that I really wanted to, there were so many instances where I was stuck that I really felt as though there was no way for me to be pulled out. And if you don't watch it when you get to that point, you will just kind of acquiesce and just feel as though I'm here. Let me just stay here. You don't really want to find out what else is out there that may be outside of this block that you put yourself in. And being stuck, it's a vicious cycle. You often try to get unstuck and only end up sticking yourself in further, right? If you don't do the right things to focus on all of the elements that go into you being in this stuck place. So I know what it feels like to be stuck. And trust me, there are times, even though I know that there are methods and there are things that I've helped people to coach through and to go through and things that I've studied that will help you to become unstuck. That doesn't necessarily mean that you always remember to do those things for yourself, right? I'm preaching to myself now because I don't always remember to do those things that will get me unstuck. And if you're anything like me and you need a refresher, just hang in there with me because we have the cavalry on the way and we're going to work on getting past those points of being in that quicksand that we have in many instances feel as though it's supposed to be our permanent home. Well, I'm here to tell you tonight, quicksand is not your domicile. It's not your place to live. All right. So even though we feel stuck, I want to give you some hope. All right. For those of you who just feel like you're never going to move past where you are, you're never going to be in that job that you really want. You're never going to have that relationship, that house. The finances aren't ever going to be right. A huge part of us moving from the stuck place and actually getting to some of those things that we want is making sure that we have the right mindset. So imagine if you could just step out of those shadows, the shadows of all of the things that seem to be haunting you, those things that you really want to get past, those things that you really want to put behind you. Those are the things that you are able to do if you really focus in on where I'm talking about breaking free from, and that's breaking free mind, body, and spirit. So first of all, let's talk about the power, all right, of breaking free. I already talked about, being stuck and feeling like you're in chains. Well, now we're going to talk about the power of breaking free. Our minds, just like I said a few minutes ago, our minds can be our biggest prisons or our greatest liberators. It's up to us, depending on how we program our minds to work, right? On how we work on our minds so that we can break free from those things that seem to be kind of holding us down. And breaking free basically means one predominant thing, and that is getting rid of, squashing, eradicating those self-limiting beliefs and fears. You know, those things that kind of hang out on your shoulder. I have a girlfriend who says, they kind of sit on my earlobe and dangle on my earring so that they can get closest to my ear and just whisper all of those things of gloom and doom to me. I know I'm not the only one who goes through that. I can't see you, but I know that this resonates with a number of people. So getting rid of those, getting past that is really your first step in transforming to be what you want or to be where you want and to do what you want to do. So breaking free of those limiting beliefs are the first step in doing that. So not only are we talking about the importance of eradicating those self-limiting beliefs, that mindset, we're also talking about the importance of ensuring that our bodies, which are our homes that house everything, right? What we feel, what we think, what we can do, how we react, what it is that we're capable of moving on. Really, our bodies are that home that houses all of that stuff. So it's important to make sure that in addition to our mind, our bodies are straight too, because we can't break free from anything thinking we're going to break through mentally and not be able to break through physically. One feeds into the other. So it means that we have to really focus on not ignoring the signs that our bodies may be giving us that we really aren't operating at our optimal level. And one way to make sure that we're tapping into our bodies is to ensure that whatever is not working properly, we find out what that is and then find the best means to correcting that. So breaking free means we have to focus on breaking the chains here, and we have to focus on whatever is constricting us and keeping us unhealthy in the rest of us. And all of this right here is your core for transformation. Your core, everything that you want to do, all the reinvention that you want to take place, you have got to have this core straight in order to do that. So those are the things that we're talking about when we're talking about Exodus and breaking free, making sure that we have our mind straight, making sure that we have our body straight, and making sure that our hearts are straight. What are we harboring? What is it that we're harboring that is really hindering us? Past failures that are hindering us. What about disappointments in people? Disappointments in things that we really, really knew were going to be our breakthroughs and just didn't make it. Disappointment in investments that we've made. Disappointments in just any area of life, period. How many of us are harboring ill will because of some of these disappointments, because of people who have disappointed us? How many of us have disappointed ourselves and we are not extending ourselves the grace that's needed so that we know that it's okay if we mess up, we have an opportunity to do things over again. The grace that's needed so that we can learn from those mistakes and reinvent and move into an area where we can definitely prosper. I always say embrace the journey. Embrace those things that you've gone through because they've all been there for a reason, right? If for nothing else than to tell us we don't need to go that way again. It's a lesson that we've learned and a valuable one that's going to help us to plow forward, to continue in the direction that we need to go. So we have to make sure that our bodies, our minds, and our soul is at the core of what we think, of course, what we believe, and who we are. It's our heart that really makes us the people that we are, and that really we need to tune into so that we can tap into what our purpose really is, what our passions really are. If we listen and focus in on those things, we'll be able to understand them. Make sure that we work on making sure that they're in alignment with what they need to be in alignment with, so that they can all work together to bring about the results that we want. When we align our lives with our soul's purpose, we don't just exist. I always talk about pursuing purpose and the power of pursuing that, and understanding that when you tie into that, you don't just exist. That is when you get that life that thrives, one in which you are not in a mediocre state, one in which you are not just treading water, all right, to keep yourselves above at breathing level, but one in which you're actually flourishing, blooming, and moving into what you want to be and where it is that you want to go. It's about finding out what makes us tick, what makes us happy, what makes us sing. There's an exercise that we do that talks about what is it that makes your heart sing. And we go through all of the things. When I say we, I mean when I work with my clients, we go through all the things that bring us joy. Because you know what? It's some of those things that definitely tie in, if not all of them, that really tie into our purpose and really tie into what we need to do and what we need to pursue to break free from the chains that are holding us. So, what we need to do to break free, we need to get our minds, we need to get our bodies, and we need to get our souls right. I've been doing conferences on on reinvention and journey sharing. And there's been a recurring theme across all of them. And all of them have dealt with these three things that really need to get straight, that need to be healthy, and to get into alignment. So that is what we focus on. Those are the things you need to do. Get rid of the limiting beliefs. Ensure that you are working so that your body is operating in optimal shape, right? So that you can be supported, so that this body can support those things that you desire to do as you move through life. And also making sure that your soul is right, that you're tuning into your heart and your purpose, and your heart's in the right place, and you're not harboring things like unforgiveness, and you're not focusing on past failures, and making sure that in all you do that you're extending yourself grace. So Exodus, it's time to break free. Focus on those things just a bit. But I want you to really come back and join me in a couple of weeks when we do the Exodus series. I have Melissa Brown, who is known as the Soul Love Coach, who is my life coach and who has just helped me to navigate some really dangerous and tricky waters to be able to understand what soul ties mean, what wounds mean, what it is that you need to do to ensure that your soul is in the right place. You do not want to miss her as one of my podcast guests for Exodus. Another guest, Dr. Tabitha Russell, who is the Millionaire Mindset Mogul. She's going to get our minds right. Yeah, we're going to talk about that. Melissa also talks deeply about making sure that our mindset is straight. But Dr. Tabitha is going to deal with us on how we think about our finances, because it's time for us to break free of what we think we can't do because of what we see as limiting finances, or where things may not be where we want them right now. There is a whole methodology and a whole science behind getting your mind mentally straight and getting that financial mindset that you need to be that millionaire mogul that you really can be. She's going to be with us and talk to us about our mindset around money, plus some other things. And then I have Dr. Michelle Johnson, who talks about how food is our real medicine. She puts biblical principles behind it. She is a doctor, a bariatric doctor, who has studied this intensely and who brings such knowledge and expertise to this field. And you would be amazed at how we can heal our bodies by what it is that we put in them, and how it is that we look at our diet, how it is we look at our bodies, and what it is we feed to our bodies. So again, Exodus, y'all, it's time to break free. And I'm helping. The month of December, in 2 weeks, you want to be here for the podcast. It's going to be broadcasting live via Thought for Thursday, Monday night, Tuesday night, Wednesday night, and I'll finish things off on Thursday. So we have a 4-night series that I'm so excited about, and you don't want to miss it. It will be 8 o'clock each night. And watch out for my social media. And if you're on my mailing list, and if not, you want to get on my mailing list. So make sure that you DM me so I can get you on there, so that you will have the inside scoop on and get it first to find out exactly how these lineups are coming. All right. So it took a little longer, but I really focused in on a topic that has been near and dear to me, and something that's been resonating for a few weeks now. It is time for us to break free. Exodus. It's time to break the chains. Let's focus on doing that as we break into what it is that we want to do, where it is that we want to be when we start 2024. All right. That's it, guys. Thanks so much for tuning in. It looks like my internet connection even held up tonight. Thank God. I've been having real trouble with that. But listen, I want you all to go out and be boldly yourselves, because you are needed just the way you are. Your touch is needed to make a difference somewhere. Make a difference in your life. Make a difference in the lives of others. I want you to know that you are worthy of being happy, that you are worthy of good things happening to you. Somewhere along the line, life has really started to press on us, and many of us feel as though we're not even worthy of better. You're worthy of better because God says so. He made you fearfully and wonderfully to do awesome things. But that thumbprint that he gave you that's unique, that no one else has, that only you have, go out and touch something with it. Join me back here next week. And of course, definitely join me for Exodus in 3 weeks. I'm sorry, in 2 weeks, the week of December 9th. That's it. You guys have a great weekend. Get your R's in. Rest, restore, reinvigorate, relax, all those things. Make sure you make time for that. All right? Have a great one.
Hey, what's up, guys? I'm Brother Jay. Make sure you tune in to the Michael Finkley Show on Roku and YouTube.
If I can make it through the night, just to see a brighter side, 'cause I've been working all my life just to make it. If I can make it through the night.
Hello, everybody. Welcome to the Michael Finkley Show. I'm Michael Finkley. Thank you for joining us. Now, I've always wanted to go into the arena of radio, television, after I graduated from college, but it started with my mama. My mama did radio in our hometown of Mullen, South Carolina for 20 years. 20 years of her life. I would listen to her on radio and I would say, Mama, can you play this song, that song for me? And this is when we had cassettes, right? I would record the songs and listen to them at my leisure. It was amazing. I saw how she inspired so many people and I wanted to do the same thing. When I was in college, I did my first internship at Glory Communications in Columbia, South Carolina. I didn't have any airtime, but it was amazing to see the daily operations of a radio station. And after that, I still pursuing education as my number one goal, but also having that niche in the back of my mind of saying radio, television. It was an amazing journey. I had a lot of doors closed in my face. Tell you, a lot of doors closed in my face, but it allowed me to start my own platform, something that I've been wanting to do for years. I sat on this idea of the Michael Finkley Show for years. Didn't know how to get started. Many people telling me to do this, that, and the other. Was scared to do it. So during the pandemic, we launched April 13th of 2020. It was an awesome experience and we were a hit to many people viewing our publications, our platforms every week. It was amazing. It still is. Still having people come out to reach out to you saying, I want to be on your platform, which is an amazing thing. So today I was able to interview two of my influences, more so in the industry. They have been in the industry now for 30 plus years, which is, they know what they're talking about. We have Curtis Wilson of ABC Columbia, and also two radio personality of the Big DM, also in Columbia, South Carolina, and also Les Trent, senior correspondent of Inside Edition. So don't you go away, y'all. And for another treat, we'll be back.
Next, we have Curtis Wilson. Back in a moment. Next, Finkley.
Fitness saved their lives.
Chris Waddy and Del Robinson tell their stories.
Next, Finkley.
Monday.
Hey, everybody. My name is Arthur Vernon R. Matthews Jr.
I just wrote a new book called Family Ties. And I also want to say a special shout out to one of the kids that I mentored and has got his own TV show on Roku, Michael Finkley, and this is 100th episode. So if you guys want to really hear about this book and see what's going on, check out Mike Finkley on The Finkley Show.
And hello, everybody. Welcome back to the Michael Finkley Show. Y'all, my next guest beside me, he is a TV and radio personality and also an officer of the law. We have Curtis Wilson. Thank you for being with us, Curtis.
Well, thank you for having me. I appreciate it.
You're very welcome. You're very welcome. So I must ask, when did you know and realize the potential of your voice?
Very young age, when a lot of folks would talk about my voice when I was like a kid growing up in Brooklyn, New York. But then I don't know what happened, but I had this affinity for radio. Always wanted to be a radio personality since I was a youngster up in the projects. Yeah. Mom used to give me the broom, tell me to go sweep up, and I'd be in my room pretending that broom was my microphone as I was listening to the radio. So yeah, it's been instilled in me as a kid.
Wow, what were some of your major influences to be that personality?
Listening to Frankie Crocker, one of my favorites, personalities in New York at WBLS, along with Ken Spiderweb, and then just the love of music. Being a DJ as a kid, I remember didn't have equipment. Grew up in a project, so didn't have a lot of money. And as a kid, we would make our extra money by cleaning up the community center after parties. And then one particular night we were there, and the DJ didn't show up. So it was like I felt it was my opportunity. And only thing I had in the house, my parents had, was this big stereo that had the turntable, the little turntable in the top. They actually believed in me. They put that big old thing on a dolly, rolled it all the way down the community center. Now in the house is loud, not loud in the community center. But that was my first taste of being a DJ. Yeah.
Wow, amazing. And as life went on, did you even realize that you will be touching the lives of others through your golden voice?
I hear that a lot, but of course with me, I keep my feet planted firm on the ground, don't get the big ego head, and just do what I do because I love doing it. But I do appreciate the folks who, tell me they appreciate what I do, the laughter I bring, or the great information that I give them as well. So I just strive to do the best every single day. Every single day, you have to give them 100% because you never know when it's going to be your last show, or you never know what you're saying, how it affects other people. So that's why I always try to keep it positive.
Gotcha. Definitely. And through that positivity and through you being humble, you have been successful in your own right. What type of success have you seen in these many years in this industry?
Well, for me, being able to be in radio for as long as I've been at DM just over 30 years, but I've been in radio itself probably over 45 years now. So it's been a long time in the business doing radio. And the doors just continue to open up. When you have a great personality and great positive attitude, people like that and they gravitate. And so here it is. I was doing radio here in Columbia, never did TV before in my life. And the general manager calls me out of the blue to ask me if I'm interested in doing that. That opened up the door. And then being on television, kept showing African-American faces on TV. And I felt it was also my duty to try to do something to combat that, which is why I crossed over also into law enforcement. And Sheriff Lott welcomed me as well. So the doors just kept opening up. And then the opportunity doing what I do, being out in the public, University of South Carolina calls me to say, hey, we want you to be a part of our athletics program to create fun in the atmosphere and the energy on court. So the doors just kept opening up. So to me, those were the blessings of doing what I do every day.
That is amazing. Amazing. Oh my gosh. And as we said before, you have been a mentor in my mind. I've always wanted to go into radio and television. My mom was in radio for almost 20 years in our hometown of Mullins, South Carolina. And when I got to Allen University, my last year, I actually did an internship at Glory Communications right there in Columbia. And it was just amazing. It was just an amazing thing. And so when doors were always closed in my face to the industry, I'm like, I'm just going to start my own platform and bring it my way. So in my mind, you've always been that driving force for me. And I want to say thank you. And when you said yes and saying you will talk to me, I just want to say thank you. Thank you.
No
Thank
worries.
you so much
Thank
for
you. I
that.
appreciate it too. No doubt about that, you know. And also too, real quick, I also have to give big shouts to Benedict as well, because Benedict also opened doors for me, not only, you know, to do the athletics side of things, but also the academics, because I never went to college. I was able to do radio and television without a college degree. And Benedict offered that to me. And I was able to go to classes while doing radio and TV and being physically in those classrooms. It was a tough time, but of course, you know, I believed in myself. I believed in family, and I also believed in God. God wasn't going to put, you know, more on my shoulders than I can handle, but just stayed the course and was able to accomplish that mission too. So big shouts to Benedict.
Benedict College, HBCU love over here. That's what it is. That's what it is. Wow. And as you were talking, you remind me of the scripture, a man's gift will make room for him. God will qualify you. So you are an example and a definition of that. So, wow, that just amazing to hear. So inspirational. And so as you talked about your time in law enforcement as well. Is this something that you always wanted to do as well? Or was there another opportunity for you?
Yeah. You know, for me growing up, I wanted to be either a lawyer, radio personality, or get into law enforcement. Now, I didn't become a lawyer, but I do debate a lot. But I was able to accomplish my dreams of being on TV and my dreams of being in radio. So when I go out and I talk to these youngsters, I tell them, no matter where you come from, it's within you. You're capable of accomplishing your dreams. Nobody could stop you from doing that but you. I mean, my GPA was low out of high school. Again, grew up in the hood, didn't have much, but accomplishing these goals, just staying the course and staying focused and not letting anything or anyone deter me. That's what people need to understand when you're young and you try to find yourself. That's all you got to do.
Another driving force. You keep that personal success where you see yourself in the future. And so what's next for Curtis?
I wanted to teach. I wanted to teach at Benedict. So I have my degree, but I need that master's in order to really teach. And, when you stop going to school, it's tough to pick up and go again. But, but maybe an adjunct professor or something like that. Or, to me, when people call me or they send me messages and ask me about getting into broadcasting and so forth, I'm teaching them that way as well. May not have that degree, but I do reach out and I'll let them know any knowledge that I have, because what I have, I can't take with me. So why not share it? So yeah.
Yeah, gotcha. And that is another form of teaching, as you said. You don't need, as God has proven to you time and time again, you don't need that piece of paper. You have the experience, and that door will open up for you because you have a made up mind and wanting to do that. What type of advice would you give to those that are seeing you right now and saying, I want to be just like him? What would you tell them? I want
them to be better than me. Go that extra step to do something that no one has done. Because we always talk about, break out of that square and the whole 9 yards and this and that. But to me, be you, but learn from others. See what others are doing, take it in, and then make it better and take it and make it your own. Because in radio right now, as you know, it's changed a lot. You got syndicated radio, you got voice tracking, you got it's just a whole bunch of, it's just totally different. So for somebody who wants to get into radio and be that radio personality, you can't just say that was as far as the song was, or tell me about the weather. You got to be able to tell me something that's going to capture me and make sure I'm being entertained by what you're saying. So go that extra step, do your homework. I show prep every single day, sometimes twice a day, because I want to make sure that whatever I'm saying is going to be interesting to you. And that person who wants to get into this business they have to be hungry. They have to be willing to go that extra mile to put that work in, so that therefore they don't sound like somebody across town. They don't sound like somebody who's next door. They want to be them, but be creative, be entertaining. Make me feel like I'm gonna miss something if I don't listen to you. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah, I got you. And where can they see you or even hear you?
Well, of course, I'm on the Big DM 101.3 FM in Columbia, and I'm on 6 days, 10 a.m. till 3 p.m. And then I'm also on in Greenville at 107.3 Jams, and I'm there on Saturdays from 2 to 6. And then on television, Monday through Friday, you can catch me on ABC Columbia Channel 25, 5 to 7 a.m. And then with Richland County, you might see me anywhere.
Just about all about. Oh, wow. Wow. What can I say? Y'all, it's Curtis Wilson. Thank you for being with us and sharing your wisdom, your knowledge, and your experience through your words. Thank you.
Thank you for what you do, and keep doing what you do, because trust me, somebody's listening, somebody's watching, and they're taking everything that you do to heart. And that's a great thing. So God bless you.
so much. Back in a moment.
Coming up, Les Trent. Back in a moment.
Hi, my name is Ashley Bates. I'm formerly from Nickelodeon's All That. You can catch me on the Michael Finkley Show on the Roku TV and YouTube.
She is flexible and she is a multitasker. She is a wife, a mom. She is city councilwoman.
When I was growing up, Mom worked outside the house, and so my dad was an entrepreneur. I saw him leaving early in the morning or late at nights to go meet with clients, and he was always one who told me, if you show up on time, you're late.
I just admire how she's able to not only juggle the demands of her jobs, but keep her family really first.
The outstanding thing about the Isaac family is their noble contributions to improving the quality of life for our Colombians and people all over this state.
I
Tamika Isaac, do solemnly swear.
discharge the duties thereof, so help me God.
So help me God.
Congratulations and best wishes.
I first ran because I saw a need. I saw a void that needed to be filled, a voice that wasn't there. And over the last several years, I feel like I've been able to be that voice.
So often as women in whatever spaces that we're in, we are often discounted because we're a mom or we're a wife or we have this career, and she's an everyday woman who shows women what excellence looks like.
She has walked the walk of being a small business person, of being a parent, of sending her kids to school.
Columbia is a great place, and we have done a lot in the last few years as far as law enforcement. But law enforcement can't do everything, nor should it do everything. We have to really expand upon the tools, technology, and community policing, investing in our communities so that law enforcement is a partner with our communities. Being a Columbia native, I've seen the way this city has grown. It's grown to the point that sometimes not everybody's been a part of that growth. I want to make sure that communities, specifically communities of color, make sure that they are part of Columbia's present and its future. I want to have a climate plan for this city that not only helps us be sustainable, but also helps provide opportunities for folks in the workforce. There are so many opportunities to take advantage of technology, green energy. I want to be the advocate for growing our city and being on the forefront, not just looking at what other cities are doing and following them, but being the leader.
If you don't have the right leadership, you're going to miss a lot of opportunities.
I think having a woman as mayor of the city of Columbia is long overdue.
I'm Tamika Isaac Devine, and I'm running for mayor of the city of Columbia.
Need a little motivation? Timothy Clifton is with us every week on Mondays to get your week started with a little motivation, all here on The Michael Finkley Show.
Hey, welcome back to The Michael Finkley Show. Now, my next guest, I know you've probably seen him before. He is a Emmy-nominated senior correspondent of Inside Edition. He is Les Trent. Les, thank you for being with us today.
Thanks, Michael. Virtual high five.
Virtual high five, sir. It is an honor to be in your presence, sir.
Pleasure talking to you, Michael.
Like I was telling you before, I grew up watching you literally with my grandparents, watching the stories leading up to Inside Edition. I still watch it on YouTube as well and all that kind of good stuff. So, Les, when did you actually know that you had a voice as a gift?
Wow, I was very young and I was always on stage doing something, whether it was reading something at an assembly or singing in church. I always wanted to be on stage. But when I got to high school, I really thought that I was going to be an architect because I also loved drafting. And I had a drafting teacher in the 10th grade, and I'm like, listen, this is what I want to do. And he looked at me and he goes, you know, there's no money in architecture. And I think he told me that probably because I was not very good. So that's what I said. Oh,
that's a
you know what? I'm going to pursue then what I really want to do. I said, I'm going to pursue journalism. And you know, I took a year off from after high school and before I went to college. And there were people who said, don't do it. It's a mistake. You'll never go. But I said, I am absolutely going to college. And I did. I grew up in Canada. I'm half Canadian. My mother was Canadian.
Really?
So yeah. I went to college.
Facts.
Yeah, I went to college in Toronto, Seneca College. And I was lucky because I'm half American. So my father was American, my mother was Canadian, and we lived in a border town at Buffalo. So Buffalo was on one side, Fort Erie, where I went to high school, was on the other side. And when I graduated from college, I went back to Fort Erie for a couple of years, and I got a job at the newspaper in Fort Erie, Canada, and at a radio station in Buffalo. So I would go back and forth across the border every day. And it just sort of went from there. I was lucky enough to have some great mentors along the way. Again, I always knew that I wanted to be on television, but I had no problem starting off in radio. I loved radio. I'd be there today if it worked out that way. It would have been fine by me. And I did, I worked at 3 or 4 radio stations. I worked at a black radio station in Buffalo. You know what the call letters are? WBLK. They've been around. That's right. Anyone watching from Buffalo, they know WBLK is still around. They are a powerhouse. So I worked there. I worked at a couple other stations, and then I finally got into television behind the scenes as an associate producer. And I just, I would go out with reporters every once in a while and steal their tapes and put a tape together. And I got on air from there.
Wow. So when was in your mind, when was your big break? When did you say, I think I can do this for real?
Well, it was after I started as a weekend producer. First of all, my job was, I was a associate producer. So my job was to sit down with the producer every night. He or she would give me a bunch of stories to write, and I'd have to write them, go in with the editor. And that was my job as an associate producer. Then they made me the weekend producer, which meant I was in charge of 4 shows. So I was in charge of the 6 and 11, both Saturday and Sunday. And I was this young kid, fresh out of radio, fresh out of college. And I had to do everything. So I had to tell the assignment editor what I wanted covered. I had to write most of the show. It was a skeleton staff. Yeah, it was crazy. And I had to back time the show to 30 minutes. So I had this good friend. He was a sportscaster named Brian Blessing. And if I ever came up short, because it's hard to write 30-minute show, right? I mean, the only other thing you have is weather and sports. That's and everything else was on me. So this sports guy named Brian Blessing, I would say to him, Brian, I need you to fill like 2 extra minutes tonight. And he's like, I got you. And he was so good. And that's another, you learn from people like that, because I would watch him. He would write out maybe 3 words, and then he'd have a producer who would put all the highlights together, and I would watch him, and he'd be just like this. He'd be looking at the screen. He'd be looking down at the monitor. He'd be doing this. And he was like, it was a work of art. It was amazing. So I learned from people like that in Buffalo. And Buffalo was such a small town that, you got to do everything. You had to do everything. Right. You had to. We weren't shooting. Reporters didn't shoot back then, but we did have to go out and we went out with a camera person, and we had to sit there for hours of recovering a court case, and then you'd have to come out and you'd have to somehow regurgitate what just happened in court and do a live shot, and it was like trial by fire. But I learned everything I really need to know in Buffalo. And you asked the question when I think I got my big break. My big break really was finally getting on the air, because, I would say to them, listen, I really want to be a reporter. And they go, well, we don't have an opening. We like where you are. And then I got a job offer from across town. And so they put me on air as a reporter like 3 days a week, and I was still producing the weekends. And then I got another job offer from across town to be the weekend anchor. And I was like, okay, I got to go. So I went across town. There was, in weekend anchor, it was also tough because I did the 6 and 11. And I had a black female co-anchor. We were the first all black anchor team in Buffalo. It was me and my good buddy to this day, Sandy White. And we co-anchored the 6 together, and I anchored the 11 solo. So there were many times where after the 6 o'clock news, I would go out with a camera guy and shoot a story. And I'd come back and I'd write it. And sometimes I would edit it myself. And we had this working newsroom, which was crazy because you'd be sitting here like this, and the edit room is right there. And the control room's over there. So you're sitting there, and you could actually, there were times where you'd be reading the lead story, and you can see, because I can see behind me right now, you would see that the editor is running the tape into the control room. So you're like, should I stall now before we get to it, or should I start the newscast on page 2? So all of that craziness was just great training, because once when you do all of that, then when you get to a market like San Francisco, where I went next, you don't do half of that. So everything's like a cakewalk from there.
I would imagine so.
Yeah.
That is a lot.
Oh, yeah. It was insane.
Wow.
But I love it.
And all of that experience, I'm sure, helped you to where you are now. We know you're from Inside Edition. How did that come about for you?
Well, when I was in San Francisco, you talk about how you used to watch the show with your mom. And I also loved the show. And it came on after our newscast in San Francisco. I worked for a TV station called KPIX, and it came on after us. And at the time, it was the story about the Long Island Lolita, Amy Fisher. Remember, Amy Fisher was the one who shot her lover in the face.
Yep.